In order to begin our work with Freud, we need to think a little bit about the problem of happiness, which Bentham told us we were motivated by. Ever since we left Tocqueville and Marx, we have been, in a sense, in our work in political theory, in pursuit of human happiness. But we've also been up against the problem of its near impossibility. Bentham, you'll recall, made human happiness the sole purpose of both individual life and collective life. It's what he told us we cared about above all. Bentham made happiness the only justification for government. It was no longer a question of justice or pursuit of the good or pursuit of the glory or the power of the state or participation or collective self-governance or anything else like that. The only justification for government was its securing of our happiness. And that should also, according to Bentham, be its only guiding principle. Mill broke in part with this Benthamite formulation. He felt that happiness had to exceed simple rational calculations of advantages and losses of particular ends or particular actions for our happiness. And it had to include the value of what we might call the ineffable, that which you can't finally describe or reduce to a calculus. Things like love, beauty, even individual liberty. Though he tries to submit liberty to a utilitarian calculus at times, it seems to have a value unto itself. Regardless, both Bentham and Mill insisted upon the value of human happiness as a goal, but in their insistence, I want to suggest one can also detect a certain anxiety, an anxiety that is going to grow bigger and bigger as the century rolls on. Namely, the anxiety that happiness is not actually that easy to come by. It's not given to us by nature, as it were, to be happy. It's something that has to be striven for, achieved. And in Mill, we even saw a certain melancholy threaded through his admonitions in On Liberty, a certain recognition that even if we say we want happiness, many of us don't really know how to pursue it or know what to do with it. And then with Nietzsche, we really begin a descent that we're now going to be on for the next two theorists. We descended ever deeper into the difficulty of human happiness and human pleasure. Nietzsche told us really that all of civilization turns against it, that we trade in happiness the moment we build civilization. Why? Because it turns us against ourselves, our own instincts, our own wills, our desires to live with passion, to live creatively, to live abundantly. Civilization has to constrain and restrain all of that and begin to turn that desire against us. Every institution that Nietzsche names, political institutions like the state, religious institutions or simply religious beliefs, moral, practical, all of these turn more and more deeply against our prospects for pleasure. Each turns us into self-punishing, self-berating, or simply restrained and contained, caged animals. Now with Freud, we're going to at first get a proclamation that's going to sound very close to Bentham's. When you open the text, within a few pages, Freud has told us that it is human nature to pursue happiness and avoid pain. But right after that proclamation, he gives us a diagnosis of our condition that brings us closer to Nietzsche. And Freud was indeed, among other things, a reader of Nietzsche, along with Dostoevsky and Schiller and Goethe and others in the time. The diagnosis is that human pleasure stands in direct contradiction to human civilization. Civilization brings us, Freud says, a range of achievements. He's not as hard on it as Nietzsche is. He doesn't call it that which has made us fundamentally sick and is only our sickness. Civilization brings us a range of achievements, creature comforts as well as some modicum of peace and security, and some really impressive productions. But happiness, no. Happiness we leave at civilization's gate. Note the very title of the book, Civilization and Its Discontents, not Civilization and Its Contentment or Our Contentment. If you look at the second sentence on page 58, it's just one sentence, so I'll just read it to you. It's the first full paragraph that begins when we start considering this possibility. He says, what we call our civilization is largely responsible for our misery. This is a contention, he says, that is astonishing, but with which we must dwell. What we call our civilization is largely responsible for our misery. We should be much happier if we gave it up and returned to primitive conditions. Quite a thing to say to 19th and early 20th century moderns, who are all imagining that they live at the very pinnacle of human accomplishment and achievement. Human beings finally having thrown off absolutism, thrown off the absolute dictates and authority of religion, having come to be individuals standing for themselves, pursuing freedom, pursuing their own ends. Happiness, Freud says, no. Indeed, he suggests the more civilization we get, the more elaborate it becomes, the more complex it becomes, the more astonishing it becomes, the more remote become our chances for deep and sustained pleasure. Indeed, the more remote become our chances of even knowing what would make us happy. So the paradox that Freud is offering, and again, it's one that is kin to Nietzsche, but different. The paradox he's offering is that civilization is presumably sought and built to master nature, to solve the problem of want, to make life easier, to permit pursuits and conduct beyond bare survival, bare existence, to facilitate the pursuit of knowledge and beauty and love, but also entertainment and leisure and creativity, to develop morality and religion. Civilization is presumably for all of these things, but Freud reminds us, it not only features wars and strife and organized cruelty and domination. Even apart from that, it makes us miserable in everyday ways. It produces neurosis, obsession, anxiety, depression, striving without end, worry without termination. Again, it recalls Nietzsche here. Nietzsche described us as animals who rub ourselves raw in our cages, who chew on our own tails, who eat our young, who slump in misery. We've done all of this to ourselves. So what's going on here? Why this moment? Why do we get this, as we will see, not only from Nietzsche? The anxiety is already present in Mill. The articulation is present in Nietzsche and Freud. We'll see it in Weber as well. What is going on here such that at the very moment that reason and equality and freedom and an abundant capacity for production, remember Marx, when all of these are at hand, why are we also getting diagnoses of acute human misery? And not just misery because of starvation or political domination, but acute human misery at the level of self-reproach, self-beratement, and just ordinary psychic unhappiness. Why are we getting theories about the impossibility of real pleasure, real gratification of desire? Why are we getting a depiction of the human being at this moment that should be the pinnacle of achievement. Modernity, enlightenment. It's thrown off all the darkness and the restricted authority and power of the past. Why are we getting creatures now of permanent anxiety, bottomless guilt, internal discontents, deep neuroses? We can't answer the question comprehensively, but I want to just venture a couple of things to think about as we begin our work in Freud. And these aren't specifically about readings of Freud. It's just a way of thinking a little bit about why this half of the century, the 19th century, is beginning to feature this constant theme of human unhappiness. Well, of course, arrival at the promised land, which is in some ways what this age understands itself to be, does bring human unhappiness to the fore. That is, the age of democracy is supposed to be the age of man, that ruled by the demos, ruled by human beings over themselves, an end to rule by other figures, other forces, other ends, other ideals. This is not the age of gods or kings or the glory of nation-states or city-states. This is the age of man. The rights of man heralded it in the French Revolution. It is widely understood as this time when man finally has come to the fore. Woman is another matter. We always have to postpone that discussion. We'll get to it in Freud as we have with others. But the point is that it is an age in which human beings are understood to be at the center of their own purposes, projects, and histories, not simply serving God or serving the state or serving the feudal master. That also means it's an age that becomes obsessed with the question of what we want. What do we want? What does it take to fulfill us? Put the other way around, in many ways, this is the first time in at least Western history that human gratification, human fulfillment, has been center stage. And that's very odd to us because we are so used to asking it. What do you really want? Who do you really want to be? What really would make you happy? Do you want money? Do you want good work? Do you want love? Do you want family? Do you want creativity? Do you want stardom? Do you want to just be left alone? We ask ourselves all the time, what do we really want? Or we're supposed to ask ourselves that. It's novel, this asking. It's new in the world, this constant asking. It doesn't mean the question of what makes us tick hasn't been asked before, or what the purpose of life hasn't been asked before, but the question of what we really want, what makes us happy, that's new. As opposed to what will immortalize us, or what will make us serve God, or what will make us good and virtuous. In fact, each of the theorists we have studied, every single one of them, has understood God and religion to have occupied a central place in providing human purpose, answering the question of what we're on earth for until this moment. And now that that purpose is wavering, Nietzsche put it very strongly, God is dead, but by that he didn't mean literally died. It just meant that it's toppling as an absolute given, an absolute authority. Now that it's wavering, it's giving birth to a new question. What is the value or meaning of life as human beings define it for themselves according to their desires? What do we really want and need? What really makes us happy? So the age of man is centered on that question in part, but it's also the age of interest in human beings as such. As mind and as rationality, to be sure, but also as anthropological creatures. This is a time of enormous anthropological burgeoning, much study of origins and development. That's all framed in colonial discourse, but it's there as a beginning of the field we now call anthropology, the world of coming to know that other places, other times are doing things differently and are developing in time in different ways. Lots of cultural comparisons going on of different civilizations, primitive, quote-unquote, peoples. It's also an age of, we could call it zoological analysis of us. This is, of course, Darwin's time. We're being studied in a big way as animals, as we haven't been for much of the time of Latin Christendom. We're studied as historical creatures, as evolutionary creatures, as creatures of certain kinds of behaviors, animal creatures. We saw that in Nietzsche, too. A lot of interest in the type man, the animal man. And of course, this also means we're being studied as psychological creatures. Again, you can see this interest in the last several theorists we've examined, thinking through what kind of creature human beings are, what moves us, what the animal is in us, what kind of animal we are, how the animal lives on in us even as we civilize. Nietzsche's rich animal imagery is a part of this, his constant reference to the animal man, the type man. Another way to put this problem is a paradox we greet in this particular age is that it is the age of man, but our distinctiveness as a species is not purely glorified by most of our theorists. We often appear somewhat mangled, and it's not glorified by the poets or by many of the other scholars as well. Nor are we radically set off from the animal kingdom in the way that we are through, again, a Judeo-Christian understanding. As religion begins to decline, as science rises, we increasingly are focused on ourselves as animals. Okay, so one answer to our question, why such preoccupation with human happiness now, is that we are in the age of man, and so we're asking a lot about who and what this creature is. The second answer, close to it but somewhat different, is that we are also, as we know, in the age of the individual. Happiness is not being posed as a question at the collective or cultural level. Even Bentham's effort to try to produce a formula for governance, how we should maximize the happiness of the many, even that involves an aggregate or calculation of individual happinesses. So happiness is a question about every individual creature, which means coming to terms with individuals' complex needs and desires. It means really asking, what do human beings need for their happiness? What are the various constraints upon it that turn out not to be constraints that are just constraints of law or constraints of politics or so forth? That is, what are the constraints that turn out not to be solved easily by questions of who owns private property, or who owns property, or how do we democratize political life, or how do we get rid of poverty? Put another way, individual happiness has become so much the measure, the political, social, and economic measure in our time, that we're almost incapable, again, of grasping how recent and strange a measure it is. We have trouble imagining other measures. But we also have trouble answering the question, what makes the individual happy? So the burden that each of you is handed is not whether you're going to pursue your happiness. That is presumed. The question, again, is discerning what it is. Is it going to be money or public service or intellectual stimulation or security or adventure or love or prestige, power, family? What? Now this puts an added burden on unhappiness. Unhappiness can no longer simply be regarded as the human condition. It's in the nature of humans to suffer, or God put us on earth to suffer. It's the condition of being fallen creatures. Rather, human happiness and its pursuit is increasingly rendered as an individual and individualized problem. If you can't find your happiness, it becomes a site of failure or shame, or a disease to be medicated, as not only depression, but even grief is today. Okay, so our second way of approaching this problem is that we're in the age of the individual, and there's increasing burden on the individual. That also means an increasing focus on what makes the individual happy and what its complex nature is, how it works as a creature. The third answer to our question has to do with freedom. Freedom is starting to be posed in a really extreme individual way in this era. As we have learned, it is less and less attenuated or contextualized by deep fealties and community and histories and obligations. Freedom is less and less connected as an ideal to other purposes and other aims. It's not balanced so much by the existence of others or other values. Freedom is increasingly being posed as an individually held good that one hangs on to against the state and against others. Don't let others take it away from you, and don't let the state take it away from you. So we have a picture now, a growing picture of the individual against society or against the state. And the explosion of rights discourse is precisely testimony to this. It's the most intense articulation of this. The more rights you have, the better armed you are against all those potential incursions that could come at you from where? From other people or from institutionalized power like the state. And we saw this extreme formulation, the lone individual fighting for freedom against the social and against the political. We saw that formulation very starkly articulated in John Stuart Mill in On Liberty. That was the picture he gave us of the individual, having to clear out all the tendencies towards social coercion, all the tendencies towards state despotism, all the tendencies toward popular opinion and mass mediocrity in order to hang on to your liberty. Freud will take this stark and lonely picture of individual freedom and this struggle between the individual and society. He will simply take it for granted. And let me just read to you very briefly from Freud. No, let's not bother with that. The point is that he takes it absolutely for granted. He does not take it, as Marx did, as a symptom of something being wrong, that we have the individual pitched against society, or the individual often now pitched against the state. Rather, Freud just takes the givenness of the individual's fundamentally asocial or antisocial relationship to the rest of society and the order as a given. Finally, related to this problem of freedom, this is the age, of course, in which we have a more and more isolated individual, isolated families, the breaking of human associations and bonds that have strung together human life up until now. And we have to remember, as we keep reminding ourselves in this course, of the capitalist context of this order. All old forms of association and connection are giving way to an increasingly competitive, increasingly atomistic society. That was Marx's description in The Jewish Question and the German ideology. So as man is emancipated to be an individual, to be free, he's also thrown onto himself and into a demanding social and economic world in an unprecedented way. Traditional ways of life are increasingly broken apart, bonds and values increasingly desacralized, just rationalized. The pace of life, as we know, grows ever faster. Its range grows ever bigger. The world gets bigger. One moves away from so-called home. Families, even nuclear families, scatter. Nothing is given. Nothing's assumed. Nothing's permanent. This produces exorbitant new demands for the human being, an extraordinary new set of burdens for the human creature. On the one hand, we have all this freedom from all the old authorities and tyrants and dictates about how to live, whether God or monarchs or feudal lords or patriarchs. But on the other hand, we have a modality of existence in which human beings are ever less in charge of their own lives as capital becomes a more and more powerful force, ever less capable of molding the conditions of their lives as the world becomes more globalized. We have social powers growing and alienation and atomization intensifying. Yet we are told, by the very air we breathe, we're told we breathe an understanding of ourselves being masters of our own fates. We are supposed to be autonomous, willing, self-reliant human beings who decide what we want to be and what we want to do in a context where we are ever more isolated from others, ever more thrown onto ourselves. And we're said to be in the age of happiness, the age of the individual as an end unto himself. To conclude this, then, as life becomes something that, as Nietzsche put it, must be borne by human beings, we have to bear ourselves, it becomes a nearly unlivable burden. As Nietzsche put it in Essay 2, we literally have to bear ourselves on earth, and theorist after theorist now wrestles with this symptom. We're said to be free to pursue our own ends, sovereigns of our own existence. But we neither experience ourselves as free, nor as happy, nor as connected to others. That's the thematic we are seeing in theorist after theorist after theorist in this point in the course. We are seeing instead from each of these theorists that we suffer from terrible internalized ways of, well, let me put it this way, ways of berating or abusing ourselves. We suffer from, as it were, social and psychic misery, and from a sense of alienation from others, distance from others, hostility in the social. So this is the epoch that we're watching political theory grapple with, and this is the epoch of which Freud is a very important part. Okay, so let me now turn a little bit to the life and times of Freud. There's a very good summary of his life offered in the edition that you have. It's at the very end of the book, so I'm not going to go over it in detail. It's very readable. You can get it. I'm just going to fill in a few details and emphasize a few things that we need to really get Freud located. He was born in 1856. His mother was very young, by all accounts quite beautiful. She was 21. His father was twice her age. He was already a grandfather, and he'd been married twice before. Both parents were Jews. His father ran a very small textile factory. Freud accounted him as a combination of stern and authoritarian and harsh on the one hand, and a wonderful playmate on the other. And Freud, by his own account, feared him and loved him, idealized him, and couldn't bear some of the signs of weakness that he saw in him. His mother was, by Freud's account, adoring and indulgent and accepting. And she also believed and often repeated to Freud a prophecy that had been offered by a peasant woman at his birth, namely that he was destined to be a great man. All right, so things are already kind of complicated, but they are going to get much worse. Freud's closest childhood playmate was his nephew, who was 1 year older than him. He was the son of his father's first child by his first marriage. And this nephew called Freud's father grandfather. It's getting messy. And when Sigmund was 2, his younger sister Anna arrived, displaced him radically in his mother's affections at exactly the moment that his nanny was fired. She'd been caught stealing, and Freud claimed that as a very young child, 2, 3, he concluded that his father had taken away his nanny and slipped Anna into his mother. So, little Sigmund had a lot to contend with, and he devoted himself early on to trying to sort out all of these relations and their meanings and the very ambivalent, complicated feelings they stirred in him. His family moved from the country town of Freiburg to the city of Vienna before he started school, and from very early on, he was fascinated by psychodynamics and related problems in culture and civilization throughout his youth, not least because of the origins tale I just told you, but also because he suffered severely from anti-Semitic persecution in school. The anti-Semitic treatment was formative for him, especially because his father encouraged him just to duck it and set it aside, and Freud instead was determined to try to fight back. So it also introduced a new complexity in his relationship with his father. Freud entered the University of Vienna to study medicine. He didn't really have any interest in the body, but he was really interested in the psyche, and he thought maybe he could get there through medicine. He thought maybe the secrets of the psyche rested in medical science. But once again, he was extremely isolated as a Jew in an increasingly anti-Semitic environment. And he was also frustrated with not being able to really answer the questions he had about the psyche. So he floundered in medical school, and he managed to get through, but for years he went from department to department in the natural sciences, hoping to find answers to his questions. And finally he found physiology. And in physiology, he found some colleagues who studied the nervous system of all kinds of animals. And that seemed to be getting a little closer. He stuck around with that for half a dozen years and expected to become really a physiologist. But once again, anti-Semitism entered the door and put an end to that dream. He was told in no uncertain terms there was no future for him as a Jew in the university. So he took, which was quite common at the time, he took a job in a hospital and he began to study the anatomy of the brain. And then he got what we would now call a postdoc in Paris, a little appointment that changed his life. He worked with the physician Charcot, who was interested in hypnosis and hysteria. And with Charcot, Freud started to study the mind in the way he had always wanted to. He focused on nervous disorders. He'd already been there. Not only hysteria, but neuroses of all sorts. He then returned to Vienna. He got married. He started a family, and he began to develop his own theory of psychoanalysis. And he developed a number of other close colleagues in the medical field who shared his interest in the psyche, and especially in the idea of the unconscious, about which more in a moment. And he began with them to use his patients as a basis for developing theory. And he remained with that method his whole life. He never simply spun abstract theories of the mind. He always took the material from his clinical sessions and used it as the basis for developing his accounts. He always used the symptoms of his patients, as well as his own self-analysis, his own symptoms, as the material of his theoretical speculations and inquiries. And he remained committed as well throughout his life to a scientific framework for the psyche. Like Marx, he really believed there was a possibility of a science of the psyche, just as Marx believed there was a possibility of a science of the social and the economic. He was convinced, in fact, that as wild as the mind was, that finally it could be scientifically knowable, just as the physiology of the body could be. But he knew it needed really different categories from the body, because it followed such wild logics, and knew also that its order was not manifest, that you could not always see or detect or discern on the surface of things what was going on in the psyche. Rather, Freud argued very early on that the only way to know the psyche was through symptoms. And here again, it's a really interesting feature of the age that we saw this in Marx. We're seeing it in Freud again. This idea that you decode an order of power through the symptoms that it produces on the surface, but its secrets, its truth, is somewhere hidden to the eye. So he believed that symptoms, from the slightest traces of guilt about something to the most debilitating neuroses or psychoses, from dreams, which are very important for him, to verbal slips, verbal mistakes, jokes, phobias, nervous tics, all of these things would be the material that had to be decoded. It would be the key to understanding how we're organized mentally, what we think matters, what dictates our coursing through our psyches, and what urges have been redirected, rerouted, channeled. Freud's scientific publishing career was quite astonishing. He saw a full coterie of patients all week long, but he also wrote and wrote. His works fill 24 huge volumes, and his thought also changed over time. He really believed in self-revision. It's not simply that he contradicts himself. He's constantly correcting previous views of things. He was unstinting about this because for him the point was science, and that means cumulative and corrective knowledge. He also didn't confine himself to narrowly psychoanalytic topics. In addition to the kind of work that we're reading, he wrote extensively on religion, on culture, on the origins of society, on art, on anthropology, and more. His work was not immediately well received, but he did quickly gain enough of a following among doctors concerned with mental disorders, that he could found a psychoanalytic school in 1908. And it was the first of what would be many psychoanalytic schools. In fact, psychoanalysis to this day continues to be organized through schools. And the way these schools work is there'll be a tradition of orthodoxy, and then it will be disrupted by a new idea and some kind of splitting off from the orthodoxy, some kind of challenge to the orthodoxy. And if the orthodoxy doesn't absorb that challenge, then a new school is founded, a contesting school is founded. And if you today want to be a psychoanalyst, you, to this day, have to decide which school of psychoanalysis you want to be in. By the mid-1920s, Freud had finally really achieved international fame. International fame as the founder of psychoanalysis. Students came from around the world to study with him and often be analyzed by him. Freud's thinking in his last 15 years, which is where Civilization and Its Discontents comes from, has two important characteristics. It becomes darker and more pessimistic than his earlier work. Civilization and Its Discontents was his second to last book. He discovers what he calls the death instinct that sits side by side with the life instinct. So we have eros, life instinct, thanatos, the death instinct. He's also going to develop an increasing emphasis on hostility and aggression. And it's no accident that this is a time that Europe itself is heading into, of course, two calamitous world wars. Second big feature, in addition to his dark and more pessimistic account of the psyche, has to do with his confidence in his sense that he has apprehended the basic universal structure of the mind. He's no longer probing and exploring and trying this out and this out. He's pretty sure in the last decade and a half that he's got it down, and I'll be explaining that basic structure in a moment. Okay, just to get Freud completed. So he spent all these decades in Vienna. Finally, in 1938, his family fled to avoid death at the hands of the Nazis, and he died a year later of cancer in 1939. His last work was Moses and Monotheism, which is a work that, among other things, takes apart Judaism, and it is a comment on Freud's own intellectual fearlessness that he would be engaged in a work like that at the very moment that the world is literally taking apart Jews. Okay, that's Freud's life. There's much more to say. Many people are interested in the cocaine. The rest of it, you can read about that elsewhere. I'm not going to feature it here. But I want to talk now about some basic elements of the theory. We have in Freud much more than a theory of the psyche. We have a whole philosophy of man. We have a political and cultural analysis. That's why we're reading him. We're not reading him to study the psychoanalysis at close range. We have readings of culture and art and history and so forth, and specific ways of thinking about language and human thought and human desire. What we need, what I want to offer you just briefly, is a couple of the conceptual pillars of Freud's thought before we move centrally into the work in civilization and its discontents. So I want to talk a little bit about conscious and unconscious dimensions of us, and above all, repression. I want to focus the introduction to Freud on the concept of repression. There are many kinds of repression in Freud, and his daughter Anna Freud will eventually come up with 9 different kinds of repression. She got really interested in repression. She was a psychoanalyst herself. But there's 2 that we're really interested in that matter here for our work in political theory. The first is cultural repression or civilizational repression of the instinctual being, the being who is run by drives or instincts. Cultural, civilizational repression of this being, what we have to repress in this being in order to have civilization. And that, you'll see, will be detailed in Civilization and Its Discontents. You'll get that unfolded in the book. Second kind of repression that we are interested in, that matters to our work in political theory, has to do with the repression of what Freud would call unpalatable material, unacceptable things. Things that we can't bear in our encounters or in our desires or in our wishes or in our experiences. This repression, this second repression, is what really produces the order of the unconscious. And repressed material, both the repression of the instincts and repressed material, unpalatable material, lives in the unconscious. And it's important to note, Freud uses the language of unconscious, not subconscious, unconscious, not conscious, not just under the consciousness. Now, Freud's crucial thesis about human beings and repression and consciousness and unconsciousness, the thesis that he offers you very early on in Civilization and Its Discontents, is that we never forget anything. Remember Nietzsche told us that to be really happy, we have to be forgetful creatures? Well, we already are beginning to get with Freud a sense of why we're not so happy. We never forget anything we have experienced, thought, witnessed, or heard. There is no real forgetting in Freud. There is only repression. Nothing ever goes away. It just gets repressed. That's why Freud argues, on page 30, it's just one sentence, preservation in the sphere of the mind. Preservation in the sphere of the mind means that in mental life, nothing which has once been formed can perish. Nothing which has once been formed can perish. Okay, so when I say we never forget anything, do I really mean that you remember your grocery list from 16 years ago? No, that's not the point. It's that something that has formed in the mind, formed an impression, formed a concept, formed an experience, none of those things can really perish. So we're dragging around with us a terrible weight all the time, our whole past, including all the things we were ever traumatized by or guilty about or desirous of. Including all the things that we weren't even fully aware that we were guilty about or desirous of. This material, though, not only gets repressed, it remains alive and dynamic in the unconscious once it gets parked there. It has a life of its own. It proliferates and metamorphoses. It attaches to new experiences and gives them shape and meaning. It erupts. Where does it erupt? Well, above all, it erupts in dreams and in neuroses and in anxieties, but it also erupts in all kinds of everyday events. And that means that for Freud, the only way to get a real map of the unconscious is through these eruptions. Pay really close attention to them. You can't just read the unconscious. It's not there. It's unconscious. Okay, so everything we've ever formed in the mind, formed, experienced, undergone, is in the unconscious. But there's a second important point about the unconscious that we have to register, which is that it's not only made of repressed material, and as we'll learn in a moment, it also has a second feature, which is the original drives or instincts. But it's also organized in a weird way. It's organized without the constraints of reality. What do I mean? Everything in the unconscious is wish or desire or impulse or drive. There's no constraints upon desire in the unconscious, and or trauma. Everything in the unconscious is just jumbled in there without the constraints of reality, without dictation of what is right and what is wrong. And what Freud also means by there being no sense of reality in the unconscious is that there's no sense of linear time. Not even any sense of contradiction, a properly organized space. So the unconscious is, in a sense, opposite to the world of linear time, of order, and of common sense. And for Freud, that's why our dreams have those bizarre conjunctions and admixtures of people and events and activities and times in them, where you start trying to narrate your dream and you say, okay, so I was in my house. Well, I guess I was in class. Well, I don't know. I was in my house and I was in class. And then this person came. Well, I guess it wasn't really people. They were cats, but they were people. And that, when you try to tell a dream and you realize that you're not even sure when the person morphed into the animal or the juxtaposition of this event that was unfolding in a very sequential way all of a sudden descended into something else. For Freud, that's explainable by the fact that there isn't linear time, there isn't reality organizing the unconscious, and there isn't a set of dictates about what's real, what's true, what's right, what's acceptable, what's sane, and what's insane. So the unconscious is a depository not only for what's unacceptable to us as good, proper, virtuous beings, it also directly subverts reality and everyday life. It stands, in a sense, as its opposite, as the opposite of reality and everyday life. And yet, the unconscious is us. So what has Freud identified? He's identified something like the alien living within, as opposed to Marx's emphasis on alienation being something that you experience outside, where there's a true self, and then you're alienated in the world. For Freud, the alien's inside. Okay, so far we know about the unconscious, that it's holding a bunch of repressed material, but what else is it holding? I said it's also holding drives, instincts. To get at that, we need to go more fundamentally to the structure of the psyche that I've put up here. Id, ego, superego. And for some of you this is review, and that's fine, but some of you it's new. So what is Freud's idea? In addition to dividing us into conscious and unconscious beings who are here consciously in class doing the right thing and then having some other unconscious stuff living inside, Freud also offers a schema of the psyche that for him explains how we come to be civilized, self-regulating beings who do more than just eat and have sex all the time. How does that come to be the case? Wants to ask that. Well, let's add sleep. How does that come to be the case? Well, in his late work, Freud comes up with a tripartite structure, the id, the ego, the superego. I put the ego ideal in here because it's going to show up in your reading next week, and that's an earlier work. And initially, Freud names this, what will eventually be the superego. He names it the ego ideal. But we're going to just stick with id, ego, superego. What are they? Id. Das Es. The it. The thing that is inside us, but also beyond us. What is it? It's the impersonal source of our desires, home of the fundamental instincts, eros, above all, sexual desire, but gets rerouted into love and work and other things. Thanatos will also be in there in the late work, the death instinct, aggression. So the fundamental instincts. So what are these? Like Nietzsche, these instincts are understood as the source of all energy. They have to be there. They drive us. They fuel the activities of the whole psychic system. They're not very social. They're not very civilized. And they're not very conscious to us. Well, let me put it more strongly. They're unconscious. But let's be clear here. Everything that's in the id is unconscious. Everything that's in the id is unconscious. But not all that is unconscious is in the id, meaning that we also had all that repressed material that's unconscious. So we've got two things in the unconscious. The unconscious consists of the id, but it also consists of repressed material, that, including trauma and other things. Okay, so id. Scene of fundamental drives, instincts. Ego. What's the ego? Well, it's not there at first. And it's not primary. It's not sitting in us when we're born. It's a precipitate of the id. It's formed in the infant when the id runs into its limits. Meaning, as the infant comes at first quite inchoately to realize it is not the world. It is not one with the world. That originally, Freud says, it realizes, it comes to get, that the mother's body is distinct from its own. It's where the sense of an I develops. Remember, the id was an it. It's where the sense of an I develops. The it doesn't have an I, and it doesn't realize that anything is distinct from itself. It's pure impulse. It's pure drive. It's not even right to call the id desire, because desire already suggests a sort of I that has desire. The id is just drive and impulse. It's like that moment in Nietzsche where it just looks like the animal's just doing, just being run by or having its drives and instincts. There's no distinct me in the id. And again, Nietzsche will point to dreams as evidence for this. Why? Because he'll say, look, in dreams, we're constantly transforming into or metamorphosing into others. You start out saying, well, I was doing this. I guess that person was doing that. I don't know where I don't know if I was in this dream. I don't know if I was watching this dream or if I was in it. And for him, he's actually watching that id in its lack of I-ness in those kinds of accounts of dreams. We don't have a constant or willed self with an id. We have to have an ego to have that. The id is not self-conscious, not relational, because it doesn't have boundaries provided by the ego. Nietzsche sometimes kind of glorified that in Noble Morality. Okay, so the ego. What is the ego? Well, the ego is sometimes characterized by Freud as a kind of mediator for the id. A form of perception or apprehension that starts procuring for the id, almost pimping for the id, and also shielding the id, delimiting the body as an independent being. But this moment of the ego beginning to develop, the sense of a me, you can see it in really young kids. Me do this, me do that. They can see the beginning of the me-ness. This development of the me involves a fall from original unity with the world, original oneness with the world. But it also involves a source of individuation, a source of strength and capacity to cope. The formation of the ego, in other words, is a complicated process of absorbing certain worldly limits and constraints and acting on behalf of id-driven instincts. Let me put it a different way. The ego emerges on some level from a wound. I'm not the world. I'm just me. But also from a need. How can I get what I want? How can that id have its desire? So it's important to see that the ego is related to the id. It's not a wholly separate entity. Okay, id, drives, instincts, ego, kind of procuring, kind of shielding, kind of watching out for it. Superego. Now we're in civilization. This is where ideals and punishments and judgments and authority live, but they live inside us. If we were just id and ego, what would we be? We would be driven by desire, kind of negotiated by the ego. It's more or less what Bentham is formulating. I mean, that is kind of what he's after. Okay, we'll leave that out for now. The superego. This is not really right. The contents of the superego, the actual contents of the superego, are kind of unconscious. So let's just leave this out here for now. Freud told us we couldn't pictorially depict the psyche, and I'm a living example of that right now. The superego is the source of internal authority. It's the shifting of whatever parental no and religious no and social no. It's the shifting of those no's into the psyche itself, into an internalized no. So it is the site of conscience, of guilt, of internal criticism. It is the site of everything that makes us good and miserable. The superego is the site of our civilized existence. It incorporates civilization's constraints into our own psyches. Now the ego, whom you're going to start to feel sorry for in a second, strives to be loved by the superego and appeases the superego, but it can never measure up to it, because remember, it's also serving the id. So the ego wants to escape the sense of guilt and beratement that arises from the demands of the superego, but it's also always trying to procure for or serve the id. If the id is immoral and constantly kind of trying to succor the ego, the superego is hypermoral, even cruel. I'll read you a passage from The Ego and the Id, another text by Freud. We're not reading it. We see this ego as a poor creature owing service to three masters, consequently menaced by three dangers. The external world throws it a bunch of challenges, the id, and the severity of the superego. Okay, I have given you an incredibly stripped-down version of these concepts in Freud. I have ignored how they're formed in childhood, what the famous Oedipal and Electra complexes do that's crucial in making them, and much more. But what I tried to do is give you just enough to get us into the world that he now introduces in Civilization and its discontents. So what I want to do now is turn to number 4 and get us into the text itself. Before I do that, maybe I should just find out, is it clear enough, id, ego, superego? You have the general picture. Do you have any worries or questions about that? Okay. Okay. What's Freud trying to do in Civilization and its discontents? He's trying to do, as I said, something kind of parallel to what Nietzsche did, which was explain why the thing that we're so bound to, namely civilization, makes us so unhappy. And like Nietzsche, he places a lot of this unhappiness in our self-punishing behavior, our guilt, our bad conscience. He also sees us, like Nietzsche, as turning against our instincts, using the energy of the drives of the id against ourselves. And he sees our present, like Nietzsche does, our individual present, whatever age we are, and our collective present, whatever time we're in together. He sees this as saturated with our past, as a past that always, remember, lives on in us in tormented and twisting ways. We're never free of it. We're never unchained from it, either individually or collectively. And I want to start our work with Freud here. Remember that remark I mentioned on page 30 where he says, in mental life, nothing which has once been formed can perish. Right after he says, nothing that has ever been formed can perish, he introduces his analogy of the mind to the city. And the mind to the city analogy he introduces is the analogy between the structure of the psyche and the city of Rome. And any of you who've ever been to Rome or know something about it know that it's an extraordinary city in many ways, but one of the ways that's really striking that Freud is building on is that the various degrees and phases of the ancient city press through into the present. The ruins are right there in the center of the city. The bustle of the contemporary city is right there next to the ruins. You turn a corner, you suddenly see a little corner of a wall or something like that that is hundreds, maybe thousands of years old. Some of it's reconstruction, some of it's original ruins, and so forth. Okay, but let's go to the analogy. The city psyche analogy, or city soul analogy, is one of the oldest tropes in political theory. Plato gives it to us first. What does Plato tell us? That there's a similarity in structure, a homology, a similarity in structure between the city and the soul. The city has the same elements as the soul. Element of spirit, element of work, element of rule, and should be properly ordered in the same way. Now this gets at an important notion in Freud's political theory, one that we have to pause over for a second, which is the idea that phylogeny, it's the word that's up there in number 4, recapitulates ontogeny. What does that mean? Phylogeny recapitulates ontogeny. Phylogeny, development of a group, of a tribe, of a race, of a culture. Ontogeny, development of a being, an individual. So, what he's saying is that the way in which we watch an individual mature is also repeated in or recapitulated by the way in which we watch a whole culture mature. And that's why he's going to analogize the city and the psyche. Now, as I said, he explains how, as anyone who's ever been there knows, not merely the current bustling cosmopolitan city of Rome, but all of its past is present. And he takes you through Rome's many extraordinary historical phases, both through touring the ruins and through fantasy work, through imagining what's there. What he reminds you is that you go through Rome and you see certain ruins, but certain ruins are present, certain images of the past are present, and others are not, and you have to fill them in your imagination if you're going to get a historical sense of the city. Moreover, it gets more messy still, because some of the temples and the public buildings of ancient Rome, built in the Republican era, some of them are there as ruins, but some of them are restorations of ruins built after fires or destructions or sackings of Rome. So we have a complicated preservation of this past. It's barely visible. You don't know what's been restored. You don't know what's been messed with. You don't know what has already been destroyed or reworked by other damage, by fire, by conquest, and so forth. Nothing is pure and still, and this is like the mind itself. The past is being continually remade, refigured by the mind itself, and fantasy and imagination are part of what help us reconstruct it. Pasts are piled on top of each other, they disfigure each other, they refigure each other. The same space can be host to many different pasts, but all of them are there in the mind. Even if they can't actually present themselves all at once. And in Rome they can't, he says. On the one hand, you've got all this past stacked on top of itself, but on another hand, you can't really get all of the past in the same place to represent itself because something would have to be destroyed for something else to be present. So Freud is loving his analogy, but he's also frustrated by it, and he tells you over and over again the psyche can't really even be represented pictorially. It can't even be represented the way that Rome represents itself. So then Freud offers a bunch of analogies a bunch of limitations to the analogy. He says, these are all the ways it doesn't quite work, but he never gives it up. He never gives up the Rome city soul metaphor. It persists through the text with the account of all the instincts and bodily desires that have to be contained and regulated and pacified through law and through overt policing and through conquest. And the argument reaches its crescendo on page 114. And here you may want to read together. I'll read to you. Where he says, at the bottom of that full paragraph, civilization obtains mastery over the individual's desire for aggression by weakening and disarming it, and setting up an agency within him, the individual, to watch over it like a garrison in a conquered city. Like a garrison in a conquered city. Okay, what's happening? Now it's quite clear. The city metaphor operates not only in time, that is, as a way of understanding how the accumulated past organizes the present, it also operates in space. Parts of us, like aggression, have to be policed, regulated by other parts. We have to have internal police to check our internal outlaw. We have an internal outlaw in there, and we need police inside to stop it. Right, there's something else to note in this last passage, the one in which Freud says that civilization gets mastery over our desires by weakening and disarming them and setting up an agency within us to watch over it like a garrison in a conquered city. That is, we are not free, healthy, happy, self-governing collectivities. We are conquered cities. We human beings are conquered cities. We have been conquered, and now we have a garrison or police to make sure we stay conquered, to make sure we conquer ourselves. Get a little trace here of Bentham's well-regulated panopticonic individual, the individual who fully internalizes the surveillance, the being watched, the being disciplined. And this reminds us of Freud's larger thesis, which is where I want to end. We were freer and happier prior to cities. We think they make us happy. We think they're a good time. But we were wilder, more aggressive, more instinctual, more capable of satisfying our desires. The city is always a conquering of the human, the city representing civilization. And we, in turn, are conquered cities. That's why I put this little sentence from a poem by Auden written to Freud upon his death up there. The city is a conquering of the human being. It's a fall into the social. It represents our conquered state. We conquer ourselves. We are in what Nietzsche called walled peace and all the misery it brings with it. So next time we'll go much deeper here. We'll explore the nature of our instincts, eros, thanatos, etc. Let me just see if there are questions. We have a few minutes. I know you're worn out. Okay, we can go. I'll see you next time. Okay, let's start Freud. Thanks. Before we start today, I understand there's a little confusion about editions of the book. So I'm assuming that most of you have this one, but some of you have this one. And some of you have that one, and some of you have that one. So the best I can do is I will be giving you page numbers for these two, but if you, I don't know how this happened. And I know there's yet another one. That one, yes, there's that one, which maybe I brought too. And that page numbers are all different. It's a scandal. If you want to be really mad about something, you can be mad about the fact that exactly the same translation and exactly the same publisher keeps reissuing this book year after year with different introductions, different pagination, and so forth. So there we are. Did you have a question? Well, here's what I know. I'm later to this technology than you are, but there's something called Library New, NU, that has almost every book in the universe online, including all of mine. It's all open source now. Don't ever have to buy a book again. Library New, NU, and you have to, have a login and password and all that. But it's kind of, I think it's in its LimeWire phase, like when things first start, when you could first pirate music. I know you don't even call it pirating anymore. You just get it. But that's now true with books, which I'm totally in favor of, except for one thing. Those of us who have day jobs, I think our books ought to just be available to you. People for whom writing is their day job, I'm not sure what's going to happen to them, because they can't exactly do what like the big groups do, which is go on tour. And just have more concerts. So it's a little hard, I think, on the novelists and the nonfiction writers who have been trying to make their living that way. But we'll figure it out. Anyway, I'm delighted that there's open source of everything else. It's a good world where you can, just read anything without having to worry about whether you can afford it. But I'm going to do my best today to give you these two paginations. And if you really want to know where something is, come to me after class, and I will help you find it in your own. And because I know what chapters I'm in and roughly where we are in the sections and stuff. Now, I think there's only one edition of Group Psychology, which you're reading next week. I hope that's true. It should be that blue one. Yes, would you hold it up? That should be the version of Group Psychology that you have. And that's simply because it's not as frequently taught a book, and so it wouldn't be profitable for Norton to keep reissuing it every year in a slightly different edition. Okay. Lots more to say about the publishing world. I'm really in favor of books. I think books feel good and read differently than reading online and all of that, but can't stop a train. Okay. Today we are going to go deep into our psyches and even talk about what our psyches are. And things are going to get complicated and dark. So if you feel a little lost along the way, just hang on. I think it will all come to a pretty clear point by the end. If the people who just got here want to find seats, take your time and do that. Okay. We're going to start with where we left off last time, which is the analogy that Freud draws between the city and the psyche. What are the parallels for him? I told you this was an old trope in political theory. Plato starts it, city and soul. The parallels for Freud are many. Cities are made up of disparate elements. There are spaces of labor, spaces of pleasure, spaces of deliberation, spaces of performance, defensive walls for old cities. So we have these disparate elements, which the psyche, in his view, also does. But we don't think of them as disparate. We just call the thing the city. I mean, we don't think of them as all separate parts. They're all part of a city. Cities also bear their past in the present, but not in full visibility. You get traces of the past in the present without getting a full sense of what the history is. Most importantly for Freud and for our work today, cities represent a certain conquering of the human being. They organize and contain us. They embody our conquered condition. They represent civilization. Not only are they a conquering of our wild state, our natural state, Freud takes this a step further to refer to us, as we saw last time, page, I'm not going to do so well, page 84 in this text, and I can't remember where it was in the brand new one, 50-something. He refers to us as conquered cities. So cities represent our conquering, but we also are conquered cities, meaning that Freud's theorizing a kind of double subjection for human beings in civilization. We're subjected by the very experience of being civilized, restrained, contained, mannered, pulling in our instincts. And you know that kind of intuitively. When we talk about trying to civilize a human being, we mean making them socially acceptable, mannered, not just giving rise to, not just giving way to their impulses. We talk about impulse control as a part of civilization. So that's one thing. We're subjected by the very experience of being civilized. But we are also subjected by something that Freud calls the introjection of civilization, meaning taking into ourselves, into our psyches, the rules of civilization and authority, bringing it inside our psyches in the form, as we saw last time, of an element of the superego. So the superego represents both our civilized being, but also is, as he put it, a garrison in a conquered city. We're conquered cities. We are cities that have introjected, brought inside of ourselves the constraints and restraints on our drives, our impulses, our instincts. More about those in a moment. Okay, so these are some of the elements of the analogy of the city and the soul. But Freud keeps also pointing to the limits of the analogy. There's something singular about the human psyche that he says makes it nearly impossible to represent or describe. It's really like nothing else. It doesn't have a perfect analogy with anything else in the world, in Freud's understanding. Too much of it remains hidden for it to be appropriately analogized with the city. And as we saw last time, the psyche is also organized at odds with the reality, the order and time and space of reality that we know. It's not organized according to normal rules of space and time. In fact, Freud says, space and time collapse in the psyche. That's part of what something like a traumatic formation is. The collapsing of space and time, where something that happened in the past is not really fully in the past and organizes our space, our world, our interactions in the present. There's something non-linear about the psyche's organization, and there tends to often be what he calls a cathexis, or attachment, of one element or story onto another. Things don't stay in their place. Experiences don't stay separate. They intermingle and shape one another. There's much more to say here, but I want to quickly note that Freud is not saying the psyche is pure chaos. He does believe that it has logics, and his task as a scientist of the psyche is to try to map some of these logics for us. They're going to turn out to be very complex, but That doesn't mean you just give up and say, oh, what a mess it is. So what is the psyche for Freud? This is where we're going to spend some time now. Psyche, of course, for the Greeks was the goddess of the soul. Already a complicated creature. She was once a mortal princess who eventually married Eros, who was actually trying to harm her but accidentally fell in love with her. It's a complicated story, as all those wonderful Greek myths are. But what is the psyche for Freud? Well, first of all, what it's not merely mind, nor is it merely desire. It's not merely instinct. It's not merely ideas. It's not merely internalized mandates and authority. It's all of these things. It's drives, it's ideas, it's histories, it's internalized rules and taboos. Let me try to put it really formulaically. At its most reduced, if you were trying to say what the psyche is for Freud, its content consists of the logics of desire processed, interpreted, and routed by the mind. The logics of desire processed, interpreted, and rooted, meaning not routed as in thrown out, but given a route by the mind. So the psyche is animated by, its life energies are instincts or drives, but these never simply operate unmediated by ideas and experiences, and they never operate after the age of infancy without internalized and often unconscious understanding of what's right and wrong. So all of these things are working on each other, they're melded into each other, they're producing each other. Let's come at the same problem through another route. Freud says that the contents of the psyche are inaccessible to us except through what he calls ideational content, ideas. But even the ideas will never be fully readable to us because they live in that alternate universe, the alien within, the unconscious. The example Freud offers of this is that oceanic feeling that he starts the book with. He says a friend reports to him that he's had this feeling. He thinks this feeling is really common. The friends think it's the source of religion. Freud's trying to think about this oceanic feeling. What is the oceanic feeling? And the first thing he says is, it's very hard to deal scientifically with a feeling. So what we have to analyze is the ideational content or representation of the feeling. How is the feeling represented? It's represented or expressed as a feeling of oneness with the world. Oneness with the world. And this feeling, Freud says he's never had it himself, but he recognizes that a lot of other people have. And so he's trying to think about what this thing could be. And what he's saying is we can't actually get to the feeling except through the idea that expresses it. We can't get to the feeling except to the idea that we make of it. Okay, what's Freud saying here? I'm going to press this point for a second. He's not saying feelings are insignificant. Far from it. He's saying that our only way of getting access to them, our only way of understanding them, indeed our only way of expressing them, is as bearers of ideas. We often experience this dilemma when we say, I love you to somebody, and that is the expression of the feeling, but it doesn't always capture what we are trying to say. And yet we have no other way of bearing the feeling and even of feeling the feeling. What Freud's saying is linguistically and psychically, we can't capture feelings other than ideationally. Even happiness and misery and fear work this way. Why am I making such a big deal of this point? Because this, you might call it a limitation, is itself for Freud a certain insight into how the psyche works. The very structure of the psyche is such that it can only deal with feelings, love, rejection, injury, rage, guilt, by submitting them to a certain mental ordering. It can only deal with feelings by submitting them to a certain mental ordering. And this ordering might be crazy. For example, and he gives these kinds of examples, the belief that a child may have that her parents are fighting or perhaps even separating because she's been bad, or that a younger brother caused his sister's injury, terrible injury, because for a moment he wished she was dead. Or, Freud suggests, idealizing a leader or a father who's actually kind of stupid or pathetic, but one idealizes as magnificent and brilliant. What Freud is saying is the psyche is giving a mental ordering to experiences, to wishes, to desires. It can be a crazy ordering, but it is an ordering. So what's Freud doing? He's giving us a picture of the human being as intellectual at its very core. Intellectual at its very core, meaning the human being is a creature alone among the creatures in Freud's understanding, who comes into its humanity, comes to be human, emerges from its infant blobness into the next moment, the beginnings of language and negotiating the world and all of that. It comes into its humanness by the working of mind on desires and experiences, or the working of mind on the working on drives and instincts. And I'm going to pull these apart in a moment, drives, instincts, desires, but I'm just trying to get the picture here. We're intellectual at our very core in the sense that we become human through this working of mind on our experiences, on our wishes, on our impulses. And here's the tragedy, we persistently and inevitably make an absolute logical mess of these desires and experiences as we give them ideational content, as we construct their order in our mind. Why? Why do we make a logical mess of our drives, instincts, desires, experiences? Because Freud says, from early on, the psyche is working on what happens to us, what we feel, what we want, what we wish for, what we're told we can't have. We're working on these things when we're very young. It's working on them when we're alone. You do it on your own. Nobody helps you psychologically organize every no, every wish, all the rest of it from the time you're a year old. You're just told, no, don't touch that. No, you can't have that. No, you can't marry your mother. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. You're told all of these things, but there's no way for the psyche to be able to get these things rightly ordered. So we're working on them alone, very young, and we're working on them through the prior mess that already constitutes the psyche as soon as it begins to take shape. So we're doomed to a certain mental illness, Freud is saying, more and less among different ones of us. But as we will see, we will also find that we are doomed to a certain profound unfreedom. Unfreedom to be able to really make who we are, decide who we are, but also unfreedom as a result of the need, as we'll see shortly, to repress the instincts. So Freud's first principle in this text is that in contrast to the modern democratic and Enlightenment belief that modernity sets us free, finally we throw off the shackles of the absolutist state, of the authority of religion, custom, prejudice, etc., Freud absolutely declares, quote, "The liberty of the individual is no gift of civilization." The liberty of the individual is no gift of civilization. So this figure of the human is really at odds with the figure that has thus far been presented in modernity. What's the usual story in modernity? Well, the common story is of the figure of the human being in modernity, and even to a degree in certain pre-modern formulations, one could even say in biblical formulations, is that we're a combination of two distinct elements, reason and passion. The modern creature, especially, is understood to be a creature full of passions, not necessarily social passions, very antisocial in the case of Hobbes and even Locke and Bentham and Mill, but reason will rein in or serve or forage for the passions. And reason resting in mind, is usually featured as our distinctly human thing, whereas passion is maybe more our animal thing. So to be really good and free and civilized humans, reason must be brought to rule over the passions. I'm just giving you this kind of standard story. I'm lumping a bunch of different thinkers together, but that's the standard modern story. Now, what Freud is offering really complicates this. It mixes up what other theorists have kind of held apart, namely reason and passion. Freud makes us into a very different kind of animal, one that incessantly is processing what you could call its passions through its intellect. Our passions are never just there, pure and untrammeled. From the moment they encounter the smallest bit of world in the form of parents or siblings or other objects, our passions are transformed by our mind and also give our mind, as it were, particular ideas. Our passions have what we could call a psychic life. They're conditioned by thought, they're ordered by thought, they're above all interpreted. Our desires and their encounters always mean something to us. They're not just sitting there as desires and encounters. They're always taking up life in us as particular ideas about self and about world. And this meaning is really what makes up the content of the psyche. Now, I mentioned that psyche is a Greek goddess, meaning soul, but it's also worth noting that it's a Greek term meaning breath or principle of life. So what Freud is saying, through dwelling on the psyche and making the psyche his distinctive, what he understands to be distinctive about human beings, is that our psyche is our principle of life, but our principle of life is really messy. It's the interpenetration of desires with interpretations or meanings. We are meaning-making creatures from the get-go. Let me put this one more way, just because we're just coming at this problem 6 different ways. As psychic creatures, as creatures of psyche, and I'm not so sure Freud's right that no other animal has what he understands as psyche, but that's a matter for another discussion. As psychic creatures, both what is usually called our passions and our reason, these two are thickly intertwined. There's no purity of form in either. We're fundamentally creatures of psyche, not, for Freud, fundamentally creatures of reason and passion. The intertwining of ideas and instincts or desires is our history, both our individual history, ontogeny, and our collective history. So this intertwining is, or phylogeny, is our is our is what gives us a particular being, nature, orientation. This history of their intertwining is what makes us who we are individually and collectively. Okay, that's all I want to say by way of beginning and thinking about psyche together. I just wanted to get you oriented to it so you don't equate it with mind, and you don't equate it with pure desire, and you don't equate it just with a set of problems for our psychology in which we are sort of standard psychology. We're creatures who are struggling to be rational against what might be some irrational passions. Freud's story is much more complex and I think much more interesting than that. Okay, what I want to turn to now is this problem of suffering and what Freud might be said to call the story of our unhappiness, why we are inherently unhappy. Freud says there are three sources that make us unhappy as human creatures. There is what he calls our inherent natural and social condition, the instincts themselves, and repression. So we're going to break each of these apart. Our inherent natural and social condition, the instincts themselves, and repression. Now, with the first two, the idea of our inherent natural and social condition and the instincts, Freud comes a little close to the social contract theorists, if you happen to know those theorists, Hobbes, Locke, etc. If you look on, and here we're going to get a couple of different page numbers. In the old edition, the blue edition, page 26. In this edition, page 44. You'll see Freud talking about this inherent condition of our suffering as one that sounds a little bit like the social contract theorists. So let's see, 44, top of the page here. It's the sentence that begins, "We are threatened with suffering from three directions." We're threatened with suffering from three directions. From our own body, which is doomed to decay and dissolution, and cannot even do without pain and anxiety as warning signals. So already we have suffering both from our from our mortality, and from the fact that we get hurt a lot physically. From the external world, which may rage against us with overwhelming and merciless forces of destruction. So just navigating through the external world, nature, the problem of just being in this world. And finally, from our relations to other men. So let's compress these to a term. Freud is saying we're threatened with suffering because we're mortal and injurable, because we're small and vulnerable in this world, and because something about us is fundamentally unsocial. We're not naturally in harmony with our species. So even before civilization makes us miserable, which it's going to do, chances for our happiness are already kind of limited. Pretty episodic. Our suffering is our more natural default. There's a common reading of Freud here as extremely Jewish, seeing suffering as just the natural state that human beings are being in and just getting by, being sort of enough in life. But we'll leave that aside for now. So let's look on 26 in the blue edition and 44 in this edition a little further and see what Freud says. I'm at the top of the first full paragraph after what we just read. It's no wonder if under the pressure of these possibilities of suffering, men are accustomed to moderate their claims to happiness. If a man thinks himself happy merely to have escaped unhappiness, or to have survived his suffering, and if in general the task of avoiding suffering pushes that of obtaining pleasure into the background. All right, so we have an interesting formulation here. On the one hand, Freud has already told us that we are driven by our desire for pleasure, and we're going to go into that a little more deeply today. But he's also telling us that our natural condition in the world, before we even get into civilization, is one that does not bode well for that pleasure. And so we often consider ourselves lucky just to have escaped misery, just to not be falling into great injury or great misery. Now note that a key piece of this suffering comes from, as he puts it, let me get it right, our relations to other men. It comes from something social. And he will elaborate this by suggesting it comes from instincts and drives, or in us. The word that he uses actually in German is best translated as the word drive. So if you're just trying to figure out, sort of what does he mean? It really is, he's trying to get at instincts in us that really have the quality of being drives in us, of really pushing for their gratification. Okay, so a key piece of our suffering comes from having instincts and drives that cannot be gratified easily in the world. So let's dwell for a moment on this. He says our suffering occurs only in part because of our inherent vulnerability, but also in part because of the character of our drive for pleasure, what Freud will call our organization by the pleasure principle, the principle that we want instinctual gratification. We want our instincts gratified. That's even already to put the grammar in the wrong way. Our instincts want to be gratified. We are creatures who want satisfaction and can't get it. Why? Well, pleasure resides in attaining the aims of the instincts. But since the instincts, as we will see, are the instincts of love and death, or love and aggression, sometimes life and death, they're put different ways, eros and thanatos, we can't satisfy ourselves very well. We're not instinctually organized to be able to bring ourselves the very thing we want. And what do we want? We want constant, uninterrupted pleasure, but we also want constant, uninterrupted satisfaction of the drives more generally, which will turn out to be the drive for sexual satisfaction, love. Let's just call it sexual satisfaction. Libidinal drive, eros, because love's already a sublimated form of it. And aggression. Here, the best picture you can have is what happens when you get a bunch of frat boys really, really drunk, and what do they want? Sex and fighting. That's what he's saying. Peel off the lid, get them really intoxicated, and what will you see? That desire. Okay, and I'm not accusing any of you of such a thing. I'm just saying that's what he's describing. So our drives are really fierce. And they're also oddly antisocial. And they make us vulnerable. Our drives are our vulnerability. I mean, if he's right, if that's really what you're driven by, you're not so, it's not only that it's sort of hard to satisfy, but you're not so safe and secure and protected in being run by those two things. And he says at one point, the person who lives for love, I got to get the love sex thing sorted out for you in a moment, but I mean not for you, but in Freud. But the one who lives, it's hard to talk about Freud without making accidental bad jokes, which would be exactly his point. Okay, the one who lives for love, he says, is extremely vulnerable. Why? Because they're always at risk of their object rejecting them, or dying, or fleeing, or making them horribly jealous, or something else. Okay, so already we know, without having gone into the drives yet, it's hard to figure out which point of Freud to pull on first, already we know that the pleasure principle runs us. The pleasure principle wants to satisfy our instincts, to get them gratified. But they're hard to satisfy. And if we do satisfy them, if we are harnessed to the project of satisfying them, we're terribly vulnerable to all kinds of danger and destruction. So we have to try to influence or master or redirect them somehow. Not just anesthetize the pain of not gratifying them. Freud does acknowledge that trying to anesthetize thwarted instinctual desire is part of what we do, and he understands all intoxicants to be part of that. That's what intoxication is. It's an anesthetization of ungratified desire. So we don't just anesthetize the pain of not gratifying them. We have to really kind of reroute them. And Freud offers an extraordinary list in Civilization and Its Discontents of how we attempt to reduce the suffering that we feel when they're ungratified by this task of rerouting them. And that ranges from, here's our old friend, asceticism, simply denying them and making a virtue out of refusing them gratification, to intellectual and aesthetic escape, cultivating art, beauty, music, whatever your thing is, just losing ourselves to other pleasures, but also madness. He says living for love is another way of getting them rerouted. And the most important rerouting of the instincts is religion. Religion, he says, joining Nietzsche, simply depresses the value of life. It makes a virtue out of not gratifying or even having desire. It represents, he says, with Nietzsche, perhaps borrowing directly from Nietzsche, since he was a student of Nietzsche, it represents our turn against life, our effort not to be instinctual, hence living creatures. Now, all these things, asceticism, intellectual and aesthetic escape, madness, living for love, religion, all of them involve inhibiting or shifting the instinctual aims. They take the instincts and get them turned a little bit so that gratifying them is less demanding. And what we're doing with all of them is, as we get them turned, we're also, Freud says, reducing our pleasure as we reduce our suffering. So gratifying them is less demanding, but it also takes our pleasure down, especially asceticism and religion. Okay, so we're already creatures complicatedly having to turn against our own pleasure, because our instincts, though they want to get pleasure, they want satisfaction, they want gratification, they're not really organized. We're not really organized instinctually as creatures who can get that satisfaction and gratification without making ourselves miserable. It's a paradox that's right in the heart of the human being. And we haven't even gotten to the big source of our misery in civilization. The big source of our misery in civilization is repression. We haven't even got there, and we're going to get there now. Because our instincts are not naturally social, but they're also not productive. Note that if all you want to do is have sex and fight, you're not exactly building civilization. I know, I sounded very schoolmarmish just then. Because the instincts are urgent, because they're individually oriented, and because they're a combination of desirous and destructive, Freud says civilization itself requires renunciation of instinct. Civilization requires renunciation of instinct. Now, so far, remember, we were just turning and pushing the drives a little bit, suppressing them, trying to get them to have new aims, new things, and so forth. But now he's saying civilization itself requires renunciation of instinct. So how does it get this renunciation, and at what price? How does it get this renunciation, and at what price? That is really Freud's question in this text. Okay, first, what does he mean by civilization? He has a technical definition. I'm not sure I wrote the page number down. He calls it the whole sum of the achievements and regulations which distinguish our lives from those of our animal ancestors. The usual humanist argument where the human beings are different from all the animal ancestors because they have civilization. But he says it's the whole sum of achievements and regulations that distinguish us from animals and animal ancestors. That's the Darwinian moment, of course, and which serve two purposes: to protect men against nature and to adjust their mutual relations, to protect men against nature and adjust their mutual relations. Now, there's more than this to his notion of civilization. There's also art and intellectual life, fabulous creative productions and achievements. And these are all going to be important when we get to the question of what repression does for us. But what we need to note right now is, at its most basic, civilization provides us, humans, what all those social contract theorists also proposed or promised, namely collective preservation. It's going to protect us. And regulation. It's going to get our relations with one another settled down and kind of ordered. So for Freud, civilization is our coming together in groups and arrival at a certain level of governance, whether law or custom or something else, so we can live together. Remember, he does not set us out as instinctually able to do this. Before society, before civilization, there is just unremitting liberty of the instincts. So as soon as these instincts become bridled, society is formed. Civilization is underway. Again, what we have to note here is that what he's saying is that civilization stands fundamentally at odds with instinctual satisfaction. And again, on some level, we've all imbibed this idea. We all believe it, even if you think, oh, Freud's a weirdo. We've all believed this because we all believe that if you just give rise to your impulses, if you just do exactly what you want, there is no civilization, or it is uncivilized behavior. But I'm trying to really suggest here that the essence of civilization and the essence of individual desire are fundamentally at odds with one another for Freud. Norman O'Brown, who is a 20th century interpreter of Freud, put it this way: man is the animal that represses himself and creates culture in order to repress himself. Okay, but how does this happen? How do you get man to repress himself? Freud's question here is somewhat similar to Nietzsche's question, and again, somewhat similar to the social contract theorist's question. What could have possibly ever led to putting a lid on the instinctual life of human beings? If you say reason does it, which is what Hobbes and Locke and others do, then you're putting reason into the instinctual world, and Freud doesn't do that. So, Freud draws on the instincts themselves to explain how civilization gets going, how their repression, how instinctual repression comes about. And here's the story, just recapitulating what you read. Civilization begins with eros and ananke. Now, ananke is necessity. It's not an instinct. It's the necessity of that we are greeted with in trying to survive. We've got to eat. We may want just to satisfy other things, but we got to eat. We got to stay warm. We have to have security. We have to be able to protect ourselves. We have to be able to sustain ourselves. Note that Freud does not put survival among the instincts. Doesn't put self-preservation among the instincts. It's kind of interesting. What he puts there, as I suggested, is desire or love and aggression. But let's go back to eros and ananke. Okay, civilization, he says, begins with eros and ananke, desire and necessity. Necessity working to live, procuring, doing what you need to do for your survival. Not an instinct, but love or eros is. So what does Freud do with eros? How is he going to get us to be slightly civilized out of that first instinct, eros? What he says about eros is that it impels man to claim woman and woman to claim her child. It makes man want to grab hold of and bind woman to him, and woman to claim her child. Hence the birth of the family. Now note, he's not making eros a fundamentally social thing in the sense that it binds us all together. Rather, it breaks through our otherwise kind of Hobbesian world in which we're just out for ourselves to lead us to reach for certain others. Through this reaching for certain others, families come to be formed. Okay, so why isn't this good enough? Why don't we just stop here? We have peaceful, happy little groups. He tells you why this doesn't do the trick on page 58 in the blue text and 82 in the new one. I'm not going to read from there. I'm just going to give you a summary. He tells you, first of all, that love won't give up the individual. More about that in a moment. Secondly, he tells you that to really get civilization going, you need some energy drawn off from love. You've got to have, it takes more than love to get civilization going. And then we have a third problem, which is, as we just told the story, man grabs woman, woman grabs child. Not suggesting you buy the story. It's Freud's story. It's his story of how you get civilization going. Through this, love is, in a way, an endlessly unreciprocal chain where each subject in this little family is seeking for love or binding another to it in a different place. Man grabs woman, woman grabs child, child grabs, I don't know. Now, we're in a complicated story, and we need to look at the pieces here. Love's possessive claim, Freud says, is that it starts civilization, but it is in an immediately ambiguous relationship to civilization. Love is in an immediately ambiguous relationship to civilization. That is, the family, the little family that it's got going, is in an immediately ambiguous relationship. Now we finally need to pause over eros itself. I've been saying throughout this lecture, it's desire, no, it's sexual, it's love, it's this and that. So let's get this now cleared up. For Freud, all love begins as sexual. You see this in the text that we're reading today, where he says, let's see, the page numbers. The old page number would be, I'm just going to give you these, the top of page 58. The new text would be the bottom of 82. He says, love with an inhibited aim, so it's already, the aim is already inhibited, is already constrained somehow, was in fact originally fully sensual love. And it is still so in man's unconscious. What's Freud saying? He's saying in the beginning, eros is only sensual desire. He's not saying it is organized as a desire for sex as such, whatever that means, whatever sex as such is these days. What he's saying is that in the beginning, it's not just it's not properly and civilizationally organized, so that and you see this in tiny kids. When they see something that they love, like a puppy but also possibly a cake, they'll say, I want to kiss it. You also see the thing I mentioned earlier, the desire to marry a parent or to touch whatever part of a body appeals to them. And Freud is suggesting that even though eventually in the subject and in the civilization, that's going to get properly sorted out and organized with the right people and taboos and so forth in place, we still have dreams. Our unconscious still gives us images of sexual relations with all kinds of inappropriate objects. Parents, children, siblings, friends, possibly animals, trucks, whatever. The point is that in your dreams, you will sometimes wake up horrified, like, what did I just do? Or not, wasn't me, it was that other creature who metamorphosed into something else in the dream. But Freud's point is that all attachment originally has this fully sensuous quality, so that even for the family form to come into being, the most primitive little beginning of civilization, something has to get repressed. Thus, Freud famously declares the incest taboo as the real beginning of all civilization. And he's backed up by a bunch of anthropologists, most famously now Claude Lévi-Strauss, but also many others. The incest taboo is the real beginning of all civilization. What does he mean? It's a taboo that everyone must internalize. The child, the siblings, the mother, the father. But he's also saying it's a taboo. It's not natural. Again, it's why little ones often declare they want to marry a parent. Everybody giggles kind of anxiously. And what Freud's saying is there has to be a prohibition on sexual relations and even sexual desire for those or with those whom you're most close to, whom you may love most passionately, your intimates, your familiars, your family. So what is he saying? In the beginning, in the very beginning of the first little glimmer of civilization, there is repression and prohibition, law, in the beginning. To be sure, it's a law we give ourselves. It's a law I would guess most of us in this room are very relieved by, but it's a law necessary for any sociality at all. But Freud's point is it's also a law that we have so deeply internalized, that as adults, most of us find the idea of sex with any family member horrifying or disgusting or unthinkable, and we find as monstrous those who violate the taboo. But it is, Freud notes, a law, like all law, that signals some repression of the instincts. And that's not to say he's against it. Freud is not against repression. But what this means is that even the family, that first little beginning of civilization, is not a cozy little expression of eros. It's already a complex microcosm of civilization's demands. So in the beginning, we have this microcosm of the need for repression of instinct, even as instinct is what builds the family in the first place, out of eros. But in addition, Freud tells us, there is a tension immediately between the family and civilization more generally, culture more generally, the social more generally. Why? Well, the family, remember, is born out of eros, and it kind of becomes the domain of eros, legitimate eros. It's based more on eros than the rest of civilization. And what Freud says is, it's not easily going to give up the individual to civilization, because it is the nature of eros to pull inward, to bind its creatures. It is the nature of eros to try to make two out of one, to withdraw from the world, to pull the lover out of the world. And any of you who've ever been madly in love with where there's mutuality in it know that there is a kind of, you leave the world for a while. You just literally withdraw from the world and feel that pull out of the world. So that's part of Freud's point, but there's more to it even than this. He says the family ends up in a relationship of hostility with the rest of culture. Why? Okay. So our next little complexity. Civilization, Freud says, is made out of sublimated sexual energy. Sublimated sexual energy. So now we're going to this term, sublimation. What is it? It is literally the process of repressing and then rerouting the energy of an instinct into some other activity. some other activity than it had in its original form. So we're going to take an instinct, we'll just take a really familiar one, let's say the aggressive instinct, and reroute it into sports or war or debating or something else like that. What are we going to do with love? Well, for Freud, all work, all creativity, all invention, all production is sublimated eros. How does that work? What we call the effects and achievements of civilization are fabricated out of sublimated sexual energies. That's really what Freud's thesis is here. That it comes out of desire that is rerouted, rechanneled into something else, into creativity. Now, if the family represents eros in a little bit of a sublimated form, he says even love is already a sublimation. Love with the incest taboo. It's already a little bit of a sublimation. It is inevitable, Freud says, that if the family still represents eros in its basic principle, it's going to exist in a state of tension with civilization, which is wholly made out of sublimated energies. What Freud's getting at here is that if the family, or more generally now we could say the order of intimacy and sexuality, is the domain where eros is a little bit sublimated but still acceptable and alive, and you need some of that energy to go and build civilization, there's going to be a tension between these two. And then he adds another feature to this tension, a gendered dimension. He says women represent the interests of the family. He identifies them with the family. And so they're going to become especially hostile to civilization, yelling all the time about why the guy works so much, or why he has to go out and play soccer, or why he doesn't come home and take care of the kids more, or why he doesn't pay her more attention, and so forth. There's other forms of that besides just the version I gave. You can see this in the old edition at the very top of 59, and the new edition at the very bottom of 83. I'm just going to read to you for a moment. So 59 and 83. Very bottom of 83. Furthermore, women soon come into opposition to civilization and display their retarding and restraining influence. Those very women who in the beginning laid the foundation of civilization by the claims of their love for their children. Women represent the interests of the family and sexual life. The work of civilization has become increasingly the business of men. He's talking about a 19th century world. It confronts them, men, with ever more difficult tasks and compels them to carry out instinctual sublimations of which women are little capable. Just handle it. Since a man, we're trying to know him, and then we can do what we want to him, okay? That's my view of all these texts. Since a man does not have unlimited quantities of psychical energy at his disposal, he has to accomplish his tasks by making an expedient distribution of his libido, that sexual energy. What he employs for cultural aims, work, art, etc., he to a great extent withdraws from women and sexual life. His constant association with men, dependence on his relationship with them, even estrange him from his duties as a husband and father. So, what we got here is an interesting diagnosis of 19th century patriarchal Vienna and Europe more generally, of a lack of harmony, not only in the family, but between family and the work world. And he says, the conclusion here is, thus the woman finds herself forced into the background by claims of civilization and adopts a hostile attitude toward it. So forced into the background, and she adopts a hostile attitude toward it. So we've got, early on in our building of civilization, tensions within the family. We've got the incest taboo to cope with. We've got repression and law. And now we have a divide, a gendered divide between family and culture, male and female worlds. Our problem, though, gets worse. It's not just one of tension between women and men, or family and civilization. It's also that civilization itself requires, as I said, a huge repression and rerouting or sublimation of sexual instinct. It draws all of its energy from that source. We build it out of sublimated eros. But there's another problem. Civilization is also constantly in danger of a revolt of eros against its demands for repression or sublimation. So Freud says, ever stricter orderings in civilization are required to contain this revolt. Strict laws and cultural views of where sex is acceptable and where it isn't, of what a proper family consists in. It will demand, for example, that civilization will demand that sex be more or less reduced to a reproductive function, that it not become a site of pleasure unto itself. If it is to become a site of pleasure unto itself, if it doesn't make that demand, there's always a danger that we're going to fall back into unrepressed instinctual life and just stop building civilization. That's what Freud is arguing, that you have to have a civilization itself that demands an incredible cordoning off and restriction of erotic life in human beings. Now here Freud concludes with the very strong case that freedom and civilization are simply opposed. And you can see this in the old text at the bottom of 49, in the new text, the full paragraph on page 72. I'm just going to read. What makes itself felt in a human community as a desire for freedom may be their revolt against some existing injustice, and so may prove favorable to the further development of civilization, may remain compatible with civilization. And that may, which he's about to take away, is the liberal view, the modernist view, the one we've been tracking from Tocqueville and Marx and Mill and Bentham, the idea that the desire for freedom is a desire for a just world, for a good world, and further develop civilization. And then he says, but it may also spring, that is, the desire for freedom, may also spring from the remains of their original personality, which is still untamed by civilization, and may thus become the basis in them of hostility to civilization. This is surely how Freud would regard anarchists, that they basically are hostile to civilization and are giving voice to original instincts. So we have an original instinctual impulse that has to be repressed, but in its repressed state is still opposed to what repressed it. So he's given us two possibilities. You could see the desire for freedom as a revolt against an injustice and an advancement of civilization, or you could see it as simply a rebellion against the necessary demands of civilization, a rebellion that's coming from a kind of primordial place in human beings. And then in the final sentence here, he rather decisively takes his stand with the second possibility. He says, the urge for freedom, therefore, is directed against particular forms and demands of civilization, or against civilization altogether. The urge for freedom is directed against civilization. Now, in contrast with the whole Enlightenment democratic impulse, which melds together in a progressive narrative the development of reason and equality and civilization and happiness and freedom. That's what we got in Mill. We're pushing toward a more reasonable, equal, civilized, happy, and free world. We even got bits of that in Marx, Tocqueville, etc. Each of these elements are pushing each other forward. In contrast to that, Freud finds the desire for freedom to be regressive vis-a-vis civilization. It's an attack on civilization. And he's arguing that civilization itself is necessarily opposed to human freedom. All right, I want to get to aggression. So let me just talk for 5 more minutes, and we'll do a little bit with aggression, and then I'll stop. Because all we've talked about so far is eros. So civilization, we know, has to arise out of a sublimation and to some degree opposition, cordoning off, and constraint of eros, one of our fundamental instincts. It uses some eros, but it uses it also in ways that end up making the order of the erotic world more and more confined and constrained. So civilization opposes sexual desire, but it also, and yet it's made out of sexual desire, it also opposes that other fundamental instinct that Freud develops, especially late in his work, namely aggression, sometimes called thanatos or the death instinct. Now, on one level, the instinct of aggression is as opposite to eros as you can get. Eros, he says, tries to make 2 out of 1. It brings us together. It fuses. Aggression blows up, dissolves, makes disunity out of unity. But on another level, eros and thanatos, love and aggression, are intertwined, or as Freud puts it, alloyed, melded together like 2 metals that don't easily come together unless you heat them or liquefy them to a certain degree. Freud knows that in love there's always hatred, and vice versa. That sexual desire is never purely about fusion or adoration. It can also have enormous violence and destructiveness in it. That it can be saturated not only with other destruction but self-destruction. And that even the very desire to fuse with another is, in a way, a form of destruction, elimination of the self. He also knows that eros and aggression can be pressed into the service of one another. Love can be rallied as a motive for war. That's what nationalism does, patriotism, forms of love of country that can be used as a motive for aggression or used as a justification for aggression. And also the other way around. He knows that hatred or aggression or of an outsider can bind us together, can pull us together, make us identify and fuse together. Now, this said, even though he knows they're alloyed, they're mutually deploying each other and so forth, he analytically separates them in this text to talk about them. So let's focus a little bit more closely on his formulation of the instinct for aggression for a moment. For Nietzsche, remember, life forces, what he calls the life force or will that he eventually thinks will be turned against us, it initially has an outward expression toward the other, toward world. It's about wreaking your will on the world. And it's only with civilization that it's turned around and turned against us. For Freud, aggression has no one natural object. And in even the beginning, it's as likely to express itself as a certain kind of self-destruction as it is to vent itself on others. What is it about? Aggression in Freud should not be misread as just sheer rage or wanton destructiveness. Freud reads it at bottom as a desire for omnipotence. This is where he's a little bit like Nietzsche. Conquest of nature, of others, of the world of objects and limits. It is about wreaking our will on the world, or wreaking our will more generally, in order to feel big. It satisfies by making us feel huge, capacious, accomplished. Again, if you don't want to think about your own self this way, just think about little kids. That moment you walk into a playroom and you see that a child has just absolutely destroyed a toy. And what Freud would say there is that it wasn't just that the kid was, acting out in some, angry way about something that happened, but that is a feeling of giganticness to be able to just smash something to smithereens. So Eros satisfies by making us feel loved, connected, bound to each other, while Thanatos satisfies by making us feel huge and capacious and accomplished. What Freud makes really clear in the second half of this text is that civilization's demand for the repression and sublimation of Eros is child's play compared to what the psyche has to deal with in getting aggression under control. Because, and here again we hear echoes of Nietzsche, repressing it, and some of it just has to be repressed, as you know, when you're just told you can't bite, you can't hit, use your words, don't smash your toys, don't break your brother's toys, don't hit your parents, etc. Repressing it requires, Freud says, sending it back to where it came from, and that is us. So every bit of aggression that is actually just overtly given up or repressed turns right around and vents itself on us in the form of superego, conscience, self-punishment, guilt. Aggression is converted into a civilizing force. Yes, by directing it into sports and war and argument and so forth, but above all by turning it into our conquerors. Remember, we started with that idea that civilization obtains its mastery over our aggression by weakening and disarming it, by setting it up, I'm quoting him, as an agency like a garrison in a conquered city, where the conquered city is us. So the superego is, among other things, comprised of aggression. The individual superego is our site of discipline and authority and conscience. It's why we beat ourselves up. We use that language. I'm beating myself up about X, Y, or Z. And so also is the cultural superego. The order of law, of religion, of authority, of virtue, of acceptability, what we hold on to as bad and wrong and criminal, that also is made up of aggression. But it's important to note here that the superego doesn't just punish us for bad deeds. It does do that. And it doesn't just punish us for thinking of bad deeds. I would really like to do X. Oh, God, I'm such a bad person that I want to do that. It does do that. But above all, the superego, once it's got that element of repression of aggression turned back inside, looks for ways to get us punished. It spends its time seeking out occasions, scenes, sentiments, encounters that can be delivered as sources of shame and misery and beratement for the poor ego. So it plots our beatings, our self-beratements, our self-destructiveness in both a literal and psychic fashion. It will play scenes of encounter with others for all their worth to produce our feelings of failure, of rejection, of badness. And again, it's why when you've had an experience that somebody else would just say, oh, for heaven's sakes, just brush that off. Who cares if you walked into some teacher's office and couldn't find your words, or if you, tried to say hi to somebody that you have a crush on and, you just got blown off. Why are you just like dissolving into a puddle? Well, Freud's answer is superegos taking that little scene, that little moment where the bus driver didn't return your wave or something else, and just turning it into a scene in which you are self-punishing. What Freud says, to put this clearly, is that every renunciation of instinct, every time you have to renounce a drive, it becomes a dynamic source of conscience, increasing its severity, strengthening the superego. And there's no end to this cycle. There's no moment where aggression is finally tamed. There's no point where we finally just get out of this scene. We pound ourselves or we pound others. And we don't get a reward for behaving from ourselves. We only get guilt and misery. You can see this elaborated in the old text. I'm not going to read now, but pages 88, 89, and in the new text, 119, 120, 121. Okay, so to conclude, what Freud has told in this story is why, among other things, liberation or emancipation or freedom is not at hand. When he says liberty is no gift of civilization, he means it in the deepest sense. Civilization simply demands too much of us. It turns so powerfully against us and turns us powerfully against ourselves that what's really amazing is that we continue to function at all once we have built it. Freud's saying the idea that reason and enlightenment and democracy and the market will somehow make us happy is delusion. Our happiness, when we achieve it, is very brief and fleeting, and our freedom is impossible. Civilization isn't built for happiness or freedom. Its foundations are what? Our misery and our enchainment, our repression, our containment, our denial of the satisfaction of our instincts. We will either suffer within it, or we will be neurotic, as civilization itself is also, he's saying, essentially neurotic. So, what does Freud think he's done? He thinks he's answered the question I started with on Tuesday, which is, why at this particular moment do we get the posing of man's misery or unhappiness when we think what we've arrived at in the late 19th century is something closer to, the fulfillment, the accomplishment of civilization? Dizzying heights of reason, dizzying heights of science, government, and culture. And what many might consider the goal or aim of civilization, finally realized we find this miserable creature at its gates. For Freud, the answer is simple. The more civilized we become, the more the renunciation of instincts is required, and the more guilt and self-beratement and misery we experience. So what Freud's saying is we're more repressed, more guilty, more neurotic, more depressed than ever before in history. The more civilization grows and elaborates and gets complicated and so forth, the worse we will be, the worse our happiness condition will be. And what he's essentially saying is he can explain why the world of psychopharmaceuticals is having such a heyday, why antidepressants are the most commonly prescribed drug in the world now, why the therapeutic profession is so huge, why the suicide and divorce rate is so high. That's Freud's miserable story. We will turn to ourselves as group animals next week. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. A couple of announcements before we start today. First of all, if you haven't yet picked up a copy of the paper topics for the third essay, I have extras here. They're also posted on B-Space. Secondly, as I'm sure all of you know, this week is the beginning, starting tomorrow, of a week of education and protest on behalf of public education, sustaining what's left of it. The GSIs and I are all totally supportive of the walkout tomorrow, which is, as you know, being called by a number of different groups on behalf of public education. It involves a series of teach-outs and rallies and walks and marches and so forth. So office hours and sections by those who ordinarily hold them tomorrow have been rescheduled as is indicated up there. But let me see if any of you, Nina or Mark or Jack, need to say anything specific that you haven't said. No? It's all clear? It's all clear. Okay. At this point, it's my understanding that the walkout is called for one day and that the rest of the week up until the Regents meeting on the 16th does not call for striking classes or anything like that. So I'm expecting that we will meet on Thursday for our last session on Freud. And And if anything different happens, I'll email you. But I am not one, as you know, to cancel classes lightly, and I'm glad I don't have to cancel a lecture class tomorrow, but I do think it's important to for students to show support, if you're wishing to, for sustaining the public in public education. I also would be glad to talk about that a little bit on Thursday. My inclination is to not do it today because I would like to be able to give you the full argument of Freud's group psychology today, on the off chance that there are still very claiming political activities out there on Thursday and you're not able to be in class. I'll call on you in just a second, I see you. So I'm going to give a really packed lecture on our text for this week today. And then on Thursday, take a little time, not only to unpack it a little bit more, assuming that we meet, but also to talk some about public education. In the back.
Do you think you could turn up the volume?
Oh, of course. Yeah. Thanks. Get the hair out of the way. Okay, is that better? Yeah, good. Okay. So we're not going to pause and have that conversation right now, but I know it's a little odd to do it after Wednesday, but this issue is not going away. So we'll talk a bit together on Thursday, and I will send you a group email in case we're not meeting, but it seems very unlikely. We'll be in class on Thursday. Okay, that's what I wanted to say by way of beginnings. So let's get started with this text, Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego, sometimes called Mass Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego. Okay. The difficulty to start with of reading this text in relationship to what you've already read is that some of the terms are a little different. I warned you at the beginning of our work on Freud that Freud is developing a body of knowledge, which he understands to be a science, and as he develops that body of knowledge, some terms that are useful and operative for him for a while begin to get cast off and replaced, and also some formulations and understandings begin to get cast off and replaced. Now, one thing I told you last time is that originally he starts his theoretical work with the belief that there's only one primary drive in human beings, and it's eros. It's the sexual drive. He will later in life add the aggressive instinct, or thanatos, as a primary drive. But it's much later. It's in the work that we read first, Civilization and Its Discontents. And his work, as a result, gets darker as he begins to consider that there is not just one but two primary drives in human beings. So the text that we're reading for this week, Group Psychology, is written before Freud theorizes a death instinct or an aggressive instinct alongside eros as a fundamental drive. That shift for him happens really around 1923. This text is written before then. So aggression isn't primary in this text. It is there, but it's derivative from eros. And I'll talk more about that shortly. Let me just say now that for Freud, as I said last time, eros is inherently ambivalent. It contains some hostile and aggressive impulses as well as more positive and affirmative ones. But we've got all that contained within eros. We don't have a separate aggressive or destructive drive. So that's one shift. The other one that's really important is that Freud, at the point at which he's writing the text we're reading this week, has not yet theorized the superego. Instead, he talks about the ego ideal. Superego gets theorized later. Now remember, the superego consists of internalized authority as well as the aggressive instinct turned inwards, becoming a self-punishing thing. So conscience and self-beratement arise from this return of aggression to the self. But the ego ideal is a little different. The ego ideal is going to linger as a concept as he formulates the superego, but a lot of what he's talking about here as the ego ideal will get absorbed into the idea of the superego. But the superego, because it's now got the death drive, is going to be a little nastier. Okay, so what's the ego ideal? The ego ideal is literally more of an ideal of what the ego strives for. It's ideal for itself. So it's not quite as punitive. It's not as conscience-bound as the superego. It's not formed by guilt to the same degree as the superego. It's more your ideal of what you want to be and do, how you want to understand yourself, what you aspire to be, as it, not at the level of, a football player or an astronaut, but what kind of conduct, what kind of bearing, what kind of person, what kind of desires you want to have. Okay, so I just wanted those things clarified as a framework for understanding what you're reading and how it differs a bit from what you read last week. I want to turn now to the problem of the mass. We have greeted the problem of the mass in every thinker we have studied so far. The problem of mass society, the problem of large orders of people who influence each other, who give shape to what individuals are and do. And we need to ask a similar question to the question we asked last Tuesday about unhappiness. Why, historically, is this problem being theorized now, in the 19th century? And in this particular way, almost always with a set of anxieties or worse. The answer, I think, has several components to it. One is simply that we are in the era of the rise of mass society, the transformation of a largely agrarian world into more and more of an urbanized one, but also more and more concentration and explosion of population in Europe. Human beings are amassed together as they never have been before, and this is especially significant among the poor and working classes. Because one of the things that arises in this time is a fear of a mass mentality or mass behaviors. And you saw this as early as Tocqueville with his anxiety about revolutionary fervor, the anxieties about the terror of the French Revolution. But more generally, this is beginning to take shape as an anxiety about the problem of democracy. Rule by the mass. And more specifically, it's also taking shape in the early 20th century when Freud is writing about it in the form of an anxiety about what will eventually be called fascism. The fear of a mass or a crowd that loses its own individuality, that loses its own sense of deliberation and reason, and paradoxically, loses its own freedom. In short, the fear here is that all the goods and promises of democracy, liberty, individuality, etc., will be sacrificed by something about the alchemy of groups, of masses. So what are we getting? We're getting a strange phenomenon in the 19th and 20th century, a bigger and bigger anxiety about the very material of society, the people, that is also supposed to rule society. A bigger and bigger anxiety about mass behaviors, mass delusions, but also mass uprisings, revolutions, and revolts. And a growing sense, one that we have again greeted in every thinker but Marx, a growing sense that individuals are safer, tamer, more rational, more deliberative, more submissive, when they are individuated and relatively isolated from one another, when they can be regulated and separated from one another in their individual relations by when they can be regulated and separated by law, by administration, by discipline, or by leadership. So I'm mentioning this anxiety. It's interesting to dwell on it, really, theoretically, because it upends the notion that this age is simply celebrating democracy and the rule of the people, popular sovereignty. In fact, again, of all the theorists we've read, only Marx stands apart from this general characterization I'm offering of an anxiety about the mass at the moment of the democratic age. Marx, of course, saw huge promise in massification. He saw revolutionary promise, and he also saw the promise of finally achieving community or species being or self-regulation through collective ownership and control of the means of production, or collective ownership and control of our lives. Okay, so I want that background in place as we move into Freud's thinking about the mass. In thinking about the problem of the mass, we immediately enter a little bit of a confusion in Freud. On the one hand, he tells us that what his study of the group or the crowd is a study of every form of group: the tribe, the caste, the mass, the crowd, and the mob. But on the other hand, as the text moves along, we understand that we're not really thinking in the most pointed way about, say, the nation or the tribe or the caste. We're really thinking about something like mass or mob behavior. But I mentioned this kind of slightly maybe disorienting or perhaps dissimulating beginning, in which he simply starts by making his topic one that is a general concern with a group as opposed to an individual. And then we get clearer that it's a particular kind of group he's concerned with, because he also might be trying to say something more general about the nature of any collective formation. Even if his most pointed concern is with bad mass behavior, he might be trying to tell us something as well about what binds together any group: a nation, a people, a club, as he puts it, the army or the church or other things. All right, so how does Freud think about the mass? He starts, like any good scientist, by thinking about the work of others. And that sets out some territory for him, but he's also able to then do some ground clearing by exploring the limitations of the works of others. What have others failed to explain? So he starts with a theorist named Le Bon, French theorist who's given him a theory of mass behavior or crowd psychology. And from Le Bon, he gets a good working account of what he considers mass behavior to be. And it's really important to pay attention to this account because it's so dire. All right, I believe this comes from page 13. I didn't jot it down, but I will tell you if that's so. Yes, it comes, 13, 14, etc. I'm not going to read from it right now. I'm going to give you the summary. What is mass behavior consist in? It's impulsive, changeable, irritable, and led by desire. It's not oriented toward self-preservation. It's not deliberative, premeditative, or persevering. It doesn't persevere in an aim. It's impatient. It can't tolerate delay of gratification. It feels omnipotent. Mass behavior has no sense of limits or impossibility. A group under its sway is also credulous, that is, influenceable. And he says it tends to think in images, not in analysis or narratives. Le Bon adds, and Freud agrees, that the mass goes to extremes, yet also respects force. It wants to be ruled, led, at times even oppressed. And above all, it exhibits no individual capacity, but is capable of devotion to an ideal. No individual capacity, but is capable of devotion to an ideal. Now this picture that Freud has given us, and if you missed any of that, it's all around 12, 13, 14 in the text, is a pretty terrible picture. There's really nothing much you could want to rescue from this picture. And Freud's ostensible project, we need to remember, is just to account for it, to understand it. But what we need to remember through this accounting, because it is going to be really complicated, we need to remember from the beginning how he has characterized the object that he is trying to explain. The group, the mass, the crowd, I'm giving you different variations on the translation of the term in German, is the terrible opposite of a rational, civilized, repressed, deliberative individual. And again, it's important to keep this in mind because the road Freud is going to take us on is a really long and complex one. It's going to involve kicking out other accounts. It's going to involve stop at the meaning of love and the meaning of identification and questions about the herd instinct and distinctions between the ego and the ego ideal and all kinds of other things. And you have to go on all of these trips with him to get to the answer. What makes groups behave as they do? Why do you get army rampages in villages in Iraq? Why do you get frat parties? Why do you get riots? Why do you get these things? In the form, the common identification among them being these qualities that he's described. I don't mean all frat parties, I mean a particular behavior, sorry. I was trying to just come up with different kinds of examples that Freud would have in mind. But I'm emphasizing that you need to bear in mind what Freud has described as the nature of the group, because at the end, it's going to be hard to remember that the nightmare of the group was a given from the beginning. It's going to seem as if he arrived at that nightmarishness analytically and scientifically, but it was actually given from the beginning. It was the phenomenon he was assuming, and that I'm suggesting a lot of others are assuming at this point in history, and Freud is simply insisting that he needs to try to explain it. Okay, so let us go first to the problem of the individual. Why would we go there? Why would we start with the problem of the individual? Because Freud begins the book with the premise that there really is no such thing as group psychology. There is only individual psychology. And what we call group psychology, or sometimes we call it a herd instinct, or sometimes group mind, or crowd behavior, or mob behavior, or mass psychology, what we call those things does not, Freud says, arise from an independent part of the psyche. It doesn't come from some distinct piece of the psyche, just saved for group behavior. In fact, he tells you that in detail on pages 3 and 4, the very beginning of the introduction. And in the third paragraph of page 3, he simply declares, there is no special instinct roused by groups or sociality. He says we can simply find what we're looking for within the psychology of the individual in relation to the family. Now, this is a really interesting beginning because it has to work against a lot. First of all, it has to work against that long list of traits that I just gave you that he derived through Le Bon as the characteristics of groups. We're impulsive, we're irritable, non-self-regarding, credulous, omnipotent, submissive, without conscience, without judgment, all of those things in groups. It has to move against the idea that the group is so different from the individual because it's so mob-like, destructive and irrational and violent. But what Freud is insisting on is that the individual always remains the primordial unit of analysis, as well as the norm. That is, he wants us individuated. He does not want us in big groups because of what we're about to see about what happens to us there, or at least groups that are capable of action. Clubs might be okay if you just kind of hang out in them, but you don't want them in action. But he's also telling us that the individual is the only unit of analysis for thinking about the psyche. And he has to do two things to preserve that premise throughout this book. One is treat the phenomenon of group psychology always as made up of the same desires, the same constraints as the individual psyche. But the second thing he's going to be doing throughout, and I've already hinted at this, is pathologize the group. It's going to render it as a failure of or regression from individuation and maturity. It's a falling back into uncivilized existence, toddlerhood, primitivism, which are all the same for Freud. Primitive peoples, in fact, will be pathologized as uncivilized because they're not individuated, because they operate as a group. That doesn't mean they're always acting as a mob, but because they're organicist in nature, according to Freud's anthropology, they are uncivilized. That's a sign of their lack of civilization. Civilization is, at its maturity, a world of highly individuated creatures, each operating under their own superegoic governance, each ruling themselves, each having sovereignty over themselves, and being well-behaved, well-ordered little creatures, rather than closely attached or connected to or associated with others. Now, this set of moves, this insistence that group psychology is simply an aspect of individual psychology, and this move to really pathologize the group, these are not easy as it might seem. Freud knows, as well as anyone on the planet, that human beings are constituted by others, that we are constituted by our relations to others. His theory of the individual is not a theory of the isolated monad sufficient unto itself who just grows up as a deliberative, conscience-ridden human being. Rather, everything in the contents of our psyche, including our mature psyche, is relational. Everything. Everything in our psyche, for Freud, is structured by our encounters with others, especially familial others, and by the ghosts of these encounters, and by the way that these ghosts engage with our relational present. So relationality is what constitutes our psyche as we become individuated beings. We have to hold that thought. The Freud is giving us a theory of the individual that is almost wholly constituted by relationality, even as it becomes its own individual self and at its most mature stays apart from close association with a mass or a group. You can see, even in a very generic sense, Freud's appreciation of our relationality, apart from the famous Oedipal complex and everything else, the way that sets our psyche in motion. You can see his appreciation of our relationality in that little discussion of panic that he offers on page 36. I'm just going to tell you the story. Panic, he tells us, what is it? Panic is what we feel when the emotional ties that ordinarily sustain us suddenly disintegrate or feel as if they've disintegrated. Panic is literally the experience of feeling terribly alone and terribly small and vulnerable when facing danger. We panic. And that, of course, makes the danger even greater. So panic is, for Freud, fundamentally a feeling of isolation in danger. Whether it's the panic that a child might feel suddenly lost or having lost its parents in a crowd, or a grown-up might feel in a broken elevator, or lost in a city without a map or a language, or panic that members of a group might feel if their libidinal bonds with each other are suddenly broken. So what Freud's getting at is that panic in a crowd is still isolation. It's still an experience of aloneness and unprotectedness. It's a psychic state of isolation from what protects and nurtures us. So what today we call a panic attack is the extreme experience of this state, just feeling utterly cut off from what would sustain and protect us. Okay, so Freud knows we're constituted and sustained by relations with others, not only in founding the psyche, but, as the example of panic suggests, in sustaining us, sustaining our well-being. And yet he also wants to insist on the individual experience of this sustenance. So we're socially constituted, socially sustained, but we live that at an intensely individual psychic level, where each of us are navigating id, ego ideal, or superego on our own. Our psychic individuality is what separates us from others in so many ways, and our proper psychic governance is being able to, as it were, be in control of ourselves through the proper modulation of superego and ego in relationship to it. Let me put this one more way before we dive into his explanation of groups. The concentration on the psyche itself, that is Freud's whole life work, is a plunge into the problem of the individual, the distinctness of the individual, even the aloneness of the individual. For Freud, we are each cities, noisy, complex cities with our own histories, our own experiences, our own encounters. There are common patterns and common deposits and certainly common drives, but each of us has traveled our own path through these things in our familial and social development. So Freud's project is to track this individual as it operates within a group. That's what sets the project of this text. Instead of trying to understand group psychology as a psychology of its own, he's trying to understand how the individual responds in a group through its own individual psyche in such a way as to regress or lose some of its self-control. All right, so Freud begins by rejecting the idea of some primary group feeling or group nature, gregariousness in our psyches. And he begins by rejecting as well a primary, what he calls herd instinct. He begins instead with the problem of love. Why? Why start with love to explain this terrible group behavior that is going to emerge? Well, he starts with love because he's trying to figure out what makes groups, and what holds people together is eros. That's what eros does. It draws us to one another. It draws us to one another even if we are naturally a bit diffident or untrusting, if what he calls our primary narcissism, self-regard, keeps us from being drawn to others. In fact, love, the pull of eros, is, he says, the only thing that can really challenge or overcome our primary self-regard. Okay, but is Freud simply positing that groups are formed out of love among group members? Far from it. What we love in groups, what binds a group together out of love, is something outside the group. We are bound libidinally, that is, through the energy of eros, to something outside the group. It could be a father or a leader or God. It could also be an ideal, a dream, a wish that we all love together, vision of justice. Could be saving the planet, could be saving the white race, it could be a fraternal order, it could be a higher power. But the starting point for understanding groups, according to Freud, is that this external object, a leader, a person, an ideal, a power, is idealized. And that idealization is what's going to constitute the group. But we don't understand why yet. So let's build the problem. In chapter 6, Freud notes that the attachment that we may have to this thing outside could be a love or an idealization that's very positive, but it also could be a love or an idealization that's very negative. That is, what may bind a group together is common attachment to a particular hatred of a person, a group, a nation. Could be hating the 1%. It could be hating Obama. It could be anti-Westernism. It could be homophobia. It could be anti-immigrant sentiment or other racism. The point is that, well, Freud doesn't develop this at length. He doesn't really have to, because for him, remember, all eros is ambivalent. So love's supposed opposite, hatred, is still a libidinal force. That is, hatred of anything still has all that energy, that cathexis attached to it. We don't hate what we're indifferent to. So for Freud, hate, love, whatever, they're all still part of the ferocity of eros. That's why for Freud you can really hate in an unparalleled way somebody you have loved in an unparalleled way, or perhaps still love in an unparalleled way. But it's also why he says the army private may simultaneously revere and love and hate his superior all at once. It's also why it's hard to tell sometimes whether patriotic love is based on xenophobic hatreds or the other way around. That is, are the xenophobic hatreds what produce the love, the patriotic love? But our question is this: how do we become bound to one another in this experience of loving a leader or an ideal or hating another? How do we become bound to one another in this experience? And how do we become so mentally defective, regressed in this experience? How come we lose our own deliberative and reasoning capacities? How come we become all those things he described at the beginning? And the answer is number 5, identification. So now we need to explore identification, and then we'll come back to love through identification. We're building the problem. I told you it was going to be a complicated story, and at the end, he would give you the answer. Freud starts his discussion of the problem of identification with a discussion of something I've just mentioned, which is that we are not naturally drawn to one another, to be close to one another. And in fact, he starts with his discussion of what he calls the narcissism of minor differences, an exploration of why people who are most like us, we often are most rivalrous and antithetical toward. There are many dimensions to this, but the one we need to focus on is what Freud describes as the porcupine problem. What is the porcupine problem? Well, he draws this problem from a 19th century philosopher named Schopenhauer, and Schopenhauer describes this. He says, look, you've got a bunch of porcupines, and they're cold, and they huddle to get warm. But when they huddle to get warm, their quills go out, they freak each other out, and they go away from each other. And then they get cold again. And then they huddle to get warm. And they sense danger after they feel one another's quills, and they draw apart again. And they repeat this process endlessly. What is this for Freud? It's a metaphor for human desire. We draw close, he says, out of eros. Eros impels us toward another. And then we feel endangered, vulnerable, and we back away. This is an oscillation that he associates inherently with ambivalence in love. So why, after what sometimes feels like the closest encounter in the world with another, you'll suddenly be out in the cold. In drawing close, he says, we feel vulnerable to pain and danger. So we back away, and then we feel not only loneliness, we feel a different kind of danger. The danger of isolation, that stuff that led to panic that we talked about earlier, the lack of protection. So his question, and the reason he started here, is how do we overcome this oscillation in favor of continuous closeness in groups? How do you get a group in the first place? How do you get a group of porcupines? How are we bound as a community? How do we ever get to the point where we can be together as a group? In some ways, it's the old social contract question, now posed at a very psychic level. So in chapter 7, which is entirely on identification, he describes essentially how we become huddling porcupines. The answer is that we identify with one another. We identify with one another in our love for something outside the group. Our identification with one another is how we resolve our uneasiness or unhappiness or rivalry in relationship to each other, and also how we become social animals. How does this work? So now we need to take another little detour into the nature of identification. Identification in Freud is so fundamental to identity production that at times in psychoanalytic theory, it seems like human beings are nothing but their identifications. At times it will seem that there is no original me. There's only who I'm identifying with. Here's the story as Freud tells it. It's the story you knew was coming at some point about the Oedipal complex, but you haven't heard it yet, so here we go. As Freud tells the story, there's a little boy who enormously admires his father, and he wants to be like him. And he straightforwardly tries to imitate him. And you've all seen it. Little boy who stands and talks like his father and imagines himself as his father, and in every way looks like a little mimetic version of the father. Freud's saying this is happening at a psychic level. He wants to imitate and be his father. But at the same time, this little boy in this little traditional family has a deep cathexis, a libidinal cathexis, an erotic cathexis onto his mother, and wants her for his own. So at some level, the famous Oedipal complex is nothing other than this scene that I've just described. The little boy perceives his father as being in the way of his claim on his mother, his desire for his mother. Now, all this is unconscious. Freud is not saying you ever know this is what's going on. It's all happening unconsciously. The little boy perceives the father as in the way, but still identifies with the father wants him out of the way, at the extreme may even wish to kill him or have fantasies about killing him, but that's too much for consciousness, so you're never going to have that as a conscious wish. It's going to come out sideways, perhaps. But at the same time, it will come out in ways that are pretty visible as symptoms. The expressions that the little boy will have of great tenderness and solicitude for the mother, hostility or rejection toward the father, the claim I mentioned last week, the claim that I'm going to marry you, Mama, when I grow up, replacing the father. Sometimes even an expressed desire to be in bed with the mother, to send the father to sleep elsewhere. I remember my brother telling me this story about his kid, that one night his son told him that he could go sleep in the car. And, and that Oliver, the kid, would just stay right there. I'm sure Oliver would be horrified now. He's 21. He doesn't want to remember that. But that's the point about Freud. Okay, so what's going on here? We now have two things going on for the male ego. What are these two things? It has a mother that it wants to have. That's its object of desire. It has a father that it wants to be. That's the subject for its development. Now, for Freud, all of our identifications and all of our libidinal ties fall into one or the other of these categories, want to have or want to be. Anyone you have strong feelings about, Freud will tell you, you always either want to have or want to be. Try that on as you walk around campus. Both can be going on at once. You can desire someone you also admire, so you can both want to have and want to be. Or a lot of guilt and sexual anxiety, if you feel yourself wanting to have the wrong object, can flip your desire into wanting to be rather than wanting to have. But the point is that all identification, literally you identifying with another, takes this form of wanting to have or wanting to be the other. Now, another complication here is that you can identify with the person you love or with the person that you wish to vanquish, or both. So identification can be very affirmative, I want to have or I want to be, or it can be very rivalrous, I want to replace that person, as is the case of the boy with the father that he wants to replace, even though he also may feel that he wants to be like his father, not just to get into the place with the mother, but also because he wants to be like his father because he admires him. So identifications are really amazing in this way. They can be going on in a lot of different directions and represent all kinds of different aspects of the ego. Freud also adds that identification is a really important way of managing loss. He gives the example of the child who loses a kitten and dealt with it by becoming the kitten, crawling around on the floor and wanting to lap milk from a bowl and so forth. But also common, and some of you may know this experience, is the phenomenon of losing someone to death and adopting a piece of their clothing as a way of keeping that person close to you in a way by becoming that person. That is, you keep the person alive as or on or in oneself through wearing their jacket or whatever. Okay, so what are we doing with identifications? What's Freud doing with identification in the group? This is the last little bit of real complexity, and then we'll get to the giant crescendo in the story. Freud introduces identification on pages 49 and 50, and he introduces it by telling you there are three crucial forms, all of which are going to bear on the group bond. There's identification as our emotional tie with one another in the group. There's identification with each other as a substitute for the object tie. That is, there's identification as a way of living our love for what we can't actually touch or reach, whether it's God in the church or whether it's some other ideal of justice or some hated thing. So there's identification as our emotional tie with one another. There's identification as a substitute for the libidinal tie. And there's identification in the common way that we use it today as a perception of a shared quality with one another. Identification in all three of these forms is what's going to bind groups together. But, as I warned you at the beginning, identification itself is produced out of our respective relation to the leader or ideal. Identification is produced out of our respective individual relations to the leader or the ideal. So to complete the story, we now have to return one more time to the nature of love, our love for this external object. And then what Freud does is literally offer you a chapter on what he calls being in love. He's going to explain what being in love is. Being in love, he says, is the feeling we have that splits off from the sexual instinct when it must be inhibited. Being in love is the feeling we have that splits off from the sexual instinct, from eros, when it in some way must be inhibited. Now remember, why would he say this? Because in the beginning, eros is only, it's a drive, it's only sexual desire. Love is what precipitates out of the inhibition of this desire. And he also says, love distributes this desire onto a particular object where we wish to have it merit our desire in a permanent way. Okay, so the important point here, love is aim-inhibited eros. It's eros that's already been, in some ways, constrained. But remember with Freud, no inhibition, no repression ever eliminates the energy that it's blocking. The energy has to go somewhere. Some of that erotic energy has to go somewhere. So where does it go? I should have put one more word up there. It goes to idealization. The reason we idealize the loved one, the reason that we magnify the greatness or the monstrosity of the thing outside the group, the reason that we think that the leader or the ideal is perfect or magnificent or beyond criticism, or that it's the opposite, is that, as Freud says, a lot of our own narcissistic libido, our own self-love, spills onto the object. Let me take you to the text for this point, because it's in some ways the most complicated point. So we're going to go to page 56, the second paragraph. Freud says, he's trying to explain, well, let me start at the top, first paragraph. In connection with this question of being in love, we've always been struck by the phenomenon of sexual overvaluation, the fact that the loved object enjoys a certain amount of freedom from criticism. And you all know this. Whenever you've been with somebody who's just totally in love, the person or the object is just perfect. It cannot be criticized. And if you try to criticize it, woe to you. Okay. So the fact that the loved object enjoys a certain amount of freedom from criticism, that all of its characteristics are valued more highly than those of people who are not loved, or than its own were at a time when it itself was not loved. Now he's going to explain this. Look at this next full paragraph. The tendency which falsifies judgment in this respect is that of idealization. But now it's easier for us to find our bearings. We see that the object, the thing we've idealized, the thing we love, is being treated in the same way as our own ego. So that when we are in love, a considerable amount of narcissistic libido, self-love, overflows onto the object. It's even obvious in many forms of love choice that the object serves as a substitute for some unattained ego ideal of our own. I'm not perfect, but she is. We love it on account of the perfections which we have striven to reach for our own ego. He is all of those things that I've always tried to be, and which we should now like to procure in this roundabout way as a means of satisfying our narcissism. Okay, so what's Freud saying here? That kind of difficult to explain phenomenon of why the lover idealizes the beloved, sees things in her or him that nobody else does, or why a child almost inevitably a very young child, almost inevitably idealizes the parent, worships them, magnifies what they are, imagines that they are everything. It's that a lot of narcissistic projection is being pushed onto this creature, a narcissistic projection that's necessitated by inhibiting the aim of Eros. Now, Freud says this phenomenon can get very extreme because it's very heady for the ego. It's very heady to be in love. Headier, he says, than any mere sexual experience might be. The idealization keeps intensifying, and the narcissistic gratification that's gotten out of the idealization keeps growing until Freud says, at the bottom of 56, and this is really crucial to the answer to our question, the object becomes more and more sublime and precious until at last it gets possession of the entire self-love of the ego, whose self-sacrifice follows as a natural consequence. The object, the beloved object, has, so to speak, consumed the ego. Let's read on now to see what Freud is suggesting about this process of consuming the ego. I want to read from page 57, middle paragraph. This happens especially easily with love that is unhappy and cannot be satisfied, that is not reciprocated, or where you just love something distant, a rock star or a god or a people or an ideal or something where you can't actually have it, you can't actually consummate your relationship with it. For in spite of everything, he says, each sexual satisfaction always involves a reduction in sexual over-evaluation. What is he saying? He's actually saying, if you really do consummate your relationship with the thing you've had this endless crush on, it's likely you're going to calm down a little. You're not going to be quite so excited by it. Contemporaneously with this devotion of the ego to the object, which is no longer to be distinguished from a sublimated devotion to an abstract idea, the functions allotted to the ego ideal entirely cease to operate. This is crucial. What Freud is saying is that as we are more and more devoted to and idealizing the object that we love, the more we let it take over our own ego ideal, our own conscience, and our own belief in what is right. And this is crucial to beginning to understand why groups behave, in his view, as badly as they do. Here's what Freud says. The criticism exercised by that agency, one's own ego ideal, or let's call it the superego here, is silent. Everything that the object does and asks for is right and blameless. If you are really madly in love, and the person you love madly says, let's go commit a criminal act, you'll probably do it. Conscience has no application. And he's saying, you won't do it out of love. You'll do it out of this idealization in which you have given up your own ego ideal. Conscience has no application to anything that is done for the sake of the object. He says, in the blindness of love, remorselessness is carried to the pitch of crime. You will commit that crime. The whole situation can be completely summarized in a formula. The object, your love object, has been put in place of the ego ideal, of your own conscience, your own aspirations for yourself, your own understanding of what is right and good and true and virtuous. Okay, so what Freud is saying is that our love for a leader or an ideal, an aspiration or something else that is going to constitute the group, our love for an external leader or god or ideal is of this shape. It's driven by Eros, but is completely sexless. So it becomes an ardent idealization of the loved object that starts by just gratifying the ego's own narcissism and ends up by completely taking the place of the ego ideal altogether. It just completely takes the place of your, when you're part of the kind of group Freud's talking about, and you say, why did you do this? Because God told me to, or because this is what my group is about, or because you're not saying because I think and I have deliberated about blah, blah, blah. Then Freud backs up, needs to make more distinctions. He has to get at the difference between what's happening among individuals and distant love objects and so forth. I'm not going to take you through all the steps of that. It's totally interesting, but we can't go all there. What he finally arrives at is another little moment in theorizing love, which is the similarity of love and idealization to hypnosis. The hypnotized subject does not actually love the hypnotist, that's not the point. But when hypnosis really works, there is the same giving over of the self to the hypnotist that one has in love. That is, the same unlimited devotion of the subject where you let the hypnotist substitute for your conscience, for your ego ideal. The hypnotist literally tells you what to do, what to be. So again, it's an intense libidinal tie without sex. And this is what allows Freud finally to gather up all of these strands and come to his resounding conclusion at the end of chapter 8, the very last sentence in chapter 8, page 61. A primary group is a number of individuals who have put one and the same object in place of their ego ideal and consequently identified themselves with one another in their ego. So I've tried to draw a version of what he's drawn on that page. I just want to talk you through it for a second and see if we can get there. It's complicated, but you now have all the pieces that you need. So this is the ego ideal, this is the ego, this is the external object. Person 1, ego ideal, travels over to the external object. Person 2, same thing. Person 3, these are just a 3-person group. In each case, the ego ideal has been given over to or absorbed or consumed by the external object. And each of these creatures, as we're about to see, identifies with one another in their relationship to this external object. And so the last piece we need is to understand, now that we understand love and identification, why this identification happens. Putting the object in the place of the ego ideal is, as a group, is essentially what Freud is describing as a kind of group hypnosis. All the group members have allowed the love object to become their ego ideal. They've all, in a sense, become a common ego. Now the key thing here, though, is not our individual relationship to the leader. It's the fact that we're bound to one another through our collective experience of being in love. We're bound to one another through our collective experience of being in love. Remember the 3 angles on identification. A bond with one another, a substitute for a libidinal object tie, perception of a common quality shared with one another. All of these are at work here. But most important is probably this second idea that we're substituting for an object tie. That is, what Freud is saying is, just as the little boy identified with the father, imagines he's the father, in order to psychically place himself in a love relationship with the mother. And just as he, in the same moment, overcame his rivalry with his father in this way, by imagining that he simply is the father, Freud is saying our group identification allows us to place ourselves in a psychic love relationship with the idealized object, and our potential rivalry for that object, a leader, a god, a hated thing, whatever, it's resolved through identifying with one another in our common but individually experienced love. Freud gives this example: a massive crowd of girls at a pop concert where each feels her, we'll modernize it a little bit, each feels her own love with the guitar player to be intensified by the crowd of screaming, craven girls. And at the same time, each feels that he's singing just to her and will do anything for him, anything. She has become one with the collective ego that's produced by this inhabitation of the ego ideal by this distant figure. And what Freud is saying is the same thing is true at a campaign rally or a hate rally or anything else. This collective ego that is achieved by identifying with one another in our love for the external object will fall apart if the idealization weakens. If that idealization begins to weaken in some way, the group tie will weaken. So let me wrap up. What does Freud think he's explained? Why groups can exist at all when basically we're naturally rivalrous and even antisocial, when we're naturally porcupines. Our rivalry is settled through a collective identification, the trigger of which is intense love and idealization of an external thing. Again, the thing he's focused on is something like fascism with a leader or an ideal, but it also could just be the nation. It could be, and he uses the example of the military and the church as well. So he's explained why groups can exist at all when we're naturally rivalrous, when we're naturally porcupines. The rivalry is settled through collective identification. He also thinks he's explained why groups don't turn on each other, why there's relative harmony within, but necessarily aggression turned outside. So in a sense, he's giving us a very dismal picture of the future for the planet. Above all, he believes he's explained why groups represent a regressed psyche. Being in love entails that regression, that turn away from the world and its boundaries. It has, as we saw last time, all that slavishness and abandon and devotion in it. But above all, what he's saying is that it involves the loss of an individual ego ideal. We've each given up our ego ideals. We've turned them over to the outside. So none of us has conscience or social inhibition, and we're all identified with one another in our common relationship to that outside. But we've each given it up. We've lost our individual sovereignty. He also believes he's explained why group members can be collectively self-destructive as well as aggressive toward the outside. That is why they can commit mass suicide. The Jim Jones Guyana example being the most extreme, but also why groups will be willing to go to war and in other ways sacrifice themselves. Because what he says is that at a certain point, not only the ego ideal, but even the ego may be absorbed by this love and hence be willing to sacrifice itself. Again, it's not that groups as such behave this way. His point is that each individual who is in this state of love and identifies with other individuals is behaving this way. So groups are aggregates of individuals who are each in this state consequent to the love of the external object and consequent to their identification with others in loving this object. Okay, there's some other things I want to say, but I have taken you through the argument, and I think I'm going to stop there and take your questions, because I know it was pretty hard in the middle. So tell me where you're stuck. You don't need every last detail. What you need, you want to know what you need. What you need is to get the understanding of what Freud has theorized socially as the nature of the group, and what that implications are of that for thinking about groups and thinking about what keeps them from being uncivilized. Okay, questions? We have about 10 minutes. Confusions. Yeah.
Does the love for the object, that satisfy like one's own shortcomings, or does it have to do with also
Just a little louder. Does the love for the object satisfy what?
one's own shortcomings, or is that also what you mentioned about just pouring our own self, like narcissism, onto the object?
So it's really interesting when he says that the love for the object, the idealization of it, involves an overflow of our own narcissism. By that he also means our understanding of what would make us lovable. So it is about the ego ideal already. That narcissism is already about, what makes me lovable? It's all the attributes that I see over there. But why do those attributes over there become so worthy of love? Because those are what make me lovable. Those are, in a sense, what I want to be. So it's both. It's both an attribution of self to the other, but at the same time, it's saying that what I see in the other is a reflection of myself. And you've all had this experience, I think, in falling in and out of love, even if it's not extreme, of realizing that what you've done is projected a bunch of things onto the other. And then realizing, maybe they're not there. But then you have to ask, well, why did I project them? And it's because they are the attributes that you would hold to be lovable. And the experience of that projection, especially if you're merging in the way that Freud is describing, brings you into it, makes you part of it, makes you lovable. I know that made it more confusing, but did it more or less answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thanks. Yes?
So according to Freud, does every individual independently idealize the external object? Because it really seems to me that a collective idealization would have a strong influence on the individual to influence the external object, even though they wouldn't necessarily have done so.
Great question. So Freud objects to the very idea of a collective idealization because he thinks we are only ever individual psyches. So yes, in the end, we all have idealized this object, but we all did it individually. We all each did the idealization. The only collective moment that he can stand thinking about is the moment of our identification with one another in the idealization. So each of us individually idealizes. Each of us identifies with the other one who idealizes, and that binds us to that other.
Is it possible that the individual doesn't have some love just towards the external object, but also towards the individual themselves?
Yeah, well, that's what we all want to think, because Freud's giving us a really antisocial conservative theory of human beings here. And what I mean is he's giving us a theory in which we are not capable of having group love. We're porcupines. We just aren't capable of it. Others are rivals to us. Others are dangerous to us. We're capable of love for another, but even that endangers us. And certainly love for our group, that really endangers us. So he's saying we're not capable of that. So what allows us to feel something like connection to a group? It must be identification. It must have an idealization elsewhere. It cannot just be about the group itself. The group cannot love itself. I'm not trying to convince you of that. I'm trying to make clear what Freud is saying. Okay? Yes?
About the
I'm going to stand over here so you yell so they hear.
About the porcupine idea that our head, didn't he say like eventually we poke each other and go out, poke each other go out, and eventually we find a happy medium where we
Yeah.
stay warm and still not get close?
Yeah.
Is that different than what?
It's a little different. Okay, so the question is, didn't Schopenhauer kind of work out this way that the porcupines could just be not quite touching with their quills and still feel a little warmth from each other? Freud is trying to figure out how do groups get closer than that. They're not just, that's where he wants us. He really wants us there. Because there, if we're all still separate porcupines, we are all still under our own control. We're all still taking care of ourselves. We all still have our own ego ideals or superegos. We're all still sovereign subjects, and that probably means we're responsible and accountable and all those things Nietzsche told us the sovereign subject is. And if we get closer and closer and closer, we start to, what we would all say, kind of merge and act like a mob. And he's trying to figure out, how does that mob thing happen? How do we become really, how do we become more than just porcupines who find a medium distance, keep each other company a little bit, but don't really occupy one another's ego ideals and take over each other's consciences? Yeah?
Just to follow that, when I was looking at the diagram itself,
Not a very good diagram.
this was written before the previous book that we read, but
Yeah.
would he be flipping it by the second time reading the book, since the ego ideal or the superego is closer to the external object, since it is our conscience? It seems backwards to me when I'm looking at it, because the ego is closest to the external object, but when you read Discontent and Civilizations, it seems like the ego ideal is on the outside because it projects our conscious and that eternal punishment from the external object. It's the reminder.
Yeah, yeah. I think, okay, so I see what you're saying. And I think the reason that he's drawn his diagram this way, not very legible, I'm sorry for that, is that the ego is really what we call the self. And so he wants it in the center of the picture. I think that's why. And then the thing that controls the self or keeps the self disciplined or keeps it regulated and orderly and well behaved needs to be positioned somewhere else in the pictorial. Remember, he told us we can't depict this. This picture won't work, but if we try. So I think that's why we're getting it over here. And I think he also wants us to see that it's kind of hopping, as it were, up over the ego. And this is, on one level, producing a loss of self. It's literally weakening the self because it's losing what anchors it. But it's also what's permitting what essentially becomes here, which is merged selves. Literally lost individuals and instead a mob. And just think about the routine accounts that you get from news reports. Suddenly these people begin to act like a mob. And it's very common in protests and depictions like that, but also in all kinds of looting behaviors and stuff like that. And the question is why. And one ordinary cognitive account is, well, where the law ceases to hold, people stop acting repressed and stop acting according to the law. And a second common explanation is the reason that people start acting like a mob, and Freud entertains this, is contagion. That one person starts to act out and another one starts to act out, and pretty soon everybody's smashing windows, even if you interviewed a bunch of individuals and said, do you believe in smashing windows? The answer would be no, but as a mob, everybody's got this contagion effect. But none of those are satisfying for Freud. He wants to understand why we have blotted out these individual egos, and what he concludes is they've lost their governors, which is their ego ideals, and what combines them, instead of exploding into anarchy and separateness, what combines them is they're connected in their identification with each other in love, in their love for this outside thing. So that's why he would do it this way. And the question is, if he had written this book after he'd theorized the aggressive instinct, would it be a really different book? Yes, I think it would be. I think we would have much more of primary aggression helping to explain this as an instinct that was suddenly losing its repression by the ego ideal. And so we wouldn't just have love as the whole explanation. We would also have another explanation. We have just a couple more minutes, so let's just stay for a second and see if there's anything else. Nothing? Yes. I saw you deliberating about whether to ask this question.
My first question was just love and always just a threatening force. With the potential of
A little louder.
with the potential of it always creating mob behavior, or do you think that only when it's individualized,
It's safer. It's always safer. Love, individualized. It has a little problem, which is that it draws you off from the world. So one of the reasons, again, that he's, kind of sees the virtues of marital monogamy is that drawing off from the world, he presumes, will not last forever if you lock somebody down into the institution of marriage for 50 years. But it will, if people who just live for love, okay, you beg to differ, it will. But the idea is if you just live for love, if you let people live for love, they will be drawn off from the world and they will be under each other's influence in a huge way. So I was being kind of, sardonic a minute ago, but his idea is that love itself has to be tamed because it as in this form where it is willing to give itself up to the ego ideal, where it's willing to give up the ego ideal to the other, it's dangerous. It's truly dangerous. But individually, it's a little less dangerous because at least you don't have this thing going on where everybody's just like merged out and regressed. And we're regressed, why? Because we've lost our ego ideal. And we're merged out, why? Because we're all identified with one another. But it does still have a danger of just living for love or living for the dictate of the other. And, Freud would point to, or has pointed to, the person who lives for love as a person who never fully gets their own conscience and superego in place as that which directs them, but just becomes, as it were, always buffeted by whomever they're in love with. Always kind of directed by whomever they're in love with. And you'd think he would gender it, but he doesn't. He knows it's a particular risk for women, but he thinks it's equal opportunity. Okay, you're glad we're done with Freud, but when we get to Weber, you're going to miss him. We're not done with Freud. We're talking about Freud a little bit more on Thursday. Okay, let's start. So I have some Freud I want to talk about today, but first we need to talk a little about what's happening on campus this week and next. So I don't know, it might not be obvious, but I really love teaching. And there's nothing I'd rather do than just teach political theory. It's what I really love doing, and I love doing it because I really believe it helps, among other things, open up worlds. Helps you figure out what you think and test your ideas against ideas of great minds. Helps us figure out where we've come from, who we are vis-a-vis a past, and a past vocabulary that we draw on. And so mostly I really try to keep my own political positions out of the classroom because I think that's important. And why I think that's important will become even clearer when we read Weber on the question of putting political views in the classroom, because I think he's right. But here we are at this moment of public education perhaps being close to extinction at the level of higher education. And I think it's a watershed moment. I think we are at a really crucial juncture. So I want to tell you just a little about why I think that and why I support protests on behalf of public education, because I think they're part of what brings to the public the importance and the value of public education. And then talk a little bit about what happened last night on this campus and a little bit about what's planned for next week. So I think to compress the kinds of analyses I've been offering in public and writing about and organizing with colleagues and so forth for some years now. For about the last decade, public education at the level that UC offers it has been in the process of being transformed into marketized education, and that's not news to you. You all know about tuition increases. But it's accelerated, obviously, since the finance capital meltdown of 2008, and it is accelerating ever more rapidly. I don't need to tell you that the chances of tuition going up 81% over the next 3 years those chances are pretty high. And the chances of middle-class families making anywhere between about $90,000 and $150,000, being able to afford to send 1 or 2 or 3 children to the University of California is just going to shrink. Students from the poorest sector will continue to have access to Pell Grants. Students in the 1% obviously will have access to a lot. But it's that middle class that's going to be pushed out. And this is not my view alone. This view is shared by administrators, by regents, by the president of the university, by lots and lots of people. So it's not a novel view. I think that's a disaster. I think that's a disaster for you all. I think it's a disaster for democracy. I think an uneducated democracy is a dangerous beast. I draw that from, in case you want to know, people like Tocqueville and Mill and a number of others. I think an uneducated democracy is a democracy that is extremely influenceable by corporately owned media and by the possibility of charismatic leadership that comes from all kinds of quarters, left, right, and center. I think an uneducated democracy is pretty likely to cease being a democracy. So I think that's especially true when power becomes as complex as it is now, when we are, as we are in this age, in the age of an extremely complicated set of social and economic and cultural and political powers, that we need analytic tools, that we need education to be able to sift and understand and be discerning about. So I'm not only frightened for you and this generation, I am frightened for this generation in terms of just how it will make its way, but I'm also frightened for the well-being of Euro-Atlantic democracies as places where the people even modestly govern themselves and deliberate and think for themselves. There's lots more to say, but those are the kinds of things I think are at stake. So I have completely supported students, faculty, graduate students, lecturers, alumni, and others who have been struggling either simply to protest the privatization of the University of California and or struggling to campaign in California to refund education. Now, I want to just make a quick distinction between those two. I think we must refund public goods. That I think, we're about to become a truly barbaric civilization if we just give up on all public goods, but that's a longer story. But I also think that even when this defunding that we have been in now for a decade and a half is happening, it is possible to avoid the level of privatization that pushes out the middle class that the Regents and the University of California Office of the President have been pushing toward. I think they have other alternatives. And we could talk about those if you like. I don't feel like we should spend a huge amount of time in this class on that, but I'm glad to talk to any of you who would like to discuss that. But in brief, I'll just say that there are other alternatives. And interestingly enough, UDOF is currently making a pitch for that other alternative. He has backed down on the idea of tuition increases as an immediate proposition, and whether it's a political gambit or an authentic push, he is now turning back to the state and begging for funds that he hasn't begged for since he's been in office. He has basically just accepted defunding of UC and moved rapidly to shift the funding of UC to individual students paying tuition. So I think it's important to protest both the the general disinvestment in public goods, and to argue for a model other than privatization, even in times of shrinking revenue. So I have been supportive of all of the protests, and I have been a part of them as a large faculty group, the Berkeley Faculty Association, which I co-chair, and Save the University. Those are two groups that kind of overlap. And those groups number in the hundreds altogether. I would say there's about 400 faculty loosely affiliated with the two of those groups. What happened last night is, in addition, another problem. And I just want to say briefly that, as most of you probably know, the police were quite violent toward a group of protesters who were attempting to set up an encampment by Sproul Hall. And if you haven't seen the video, I think almost everyone's seen the video, you can see it pretty easily. The violence was really extreme for camping, really extreme for camping. And it is the fourth time that this kind of level of police response to student protests has happened in the last couple of years. And a number of faculty have been appealing to the administration to ratchet it down, and in this case in particular, to let students be there for one night, as was basically the proposal that the students were making, without planning to camp out indefinitely. But obviously the administration chose to do otherwise. So now we have a new problem, which is a massive reaction on the part of faculty and students against police violence, which to me is a somewhat separate issue from privatization. Some people put them together, but for me they're separate. But I do think the university is under an obligation to respond to student protests with as open and responsible and safe a hand as it can. That doesn't mean there should be no response. It just means that it's the obligation, in my view, of a university to protect free speech and protect the right to protest. And I don't think that's what happened last night. So all this is leading up to what has been called for Tuesday on the part of the General Assembly, the group of 567 students who were there last night. After several rounds of police violence, they have called for a strike next Tuesday in protest against privatization. Now, I'm not a big fan of canceling classes, as you know. And I will not be here on Thursday because of a long ago commitment to go lecture at another university. So I'm not really excited about the idea of not having classes next week. So my provisional, this is where I'm going to end, and then we'll have conversation. My provisional idea is to do the following, and I've asked the graduate students organizing this thing to make it possible for a lot of us to support the action in general, and support it in whatever way we can. And that also goes for lots and lots of workers who cannot walk out on their jobs, and lots of faculty who will not walk out on their students. And so supporting it in whatever way we can will probably mean, in my case, that I will sign a statement supporting the students and supporting the strike, and I will be here on Tuesday. But I do not require that you be here on Tuesday. As most of you now have learned, these lectures are taped. Boy, does that make me old. These lectures are digitally recorded and available on iTunes. I've never looked it up, but apparently if you look for me, I appear as an artist. And and there we are. So you can get the lecture that way. I haven't announced that publicly because I think that you get something out of our personal engagement that you don't always get when you're running on the treadmill in the gym trying to listen to a lecture on Freud. But I value the classroom. I don't want to see the whole thing go online, and I don't want to see the whole thing just become something that everybody does personally and privately and so forth. I really value the classroom a lot. For me, it was transformative as a student. It's, I won't go into all the details, but I was one of those lower middle class kids who had a really lousy public education out in the Central Valley and woke up in college, just woke up. And it happened in classrooms. It wouldn't have happened, I don't think, online. But who knows? Here I digress. I will be here. I will be giving a lecture. I will be supporting the strike. You do what you want to do. And you know how you can get the lecture on Weber, our opening lecture on Weber, if you choose not to be here. Okay, that's what I need to tell you about more or less where I stand. I am totally open now to your comments, questions, challenges, arguments, worries, anxieties. None? Including if there are people who want to challenge the decision I have made about being here on Tuesday. I'm happy to have that. You just want to get on with the Freud? Yes?
Well, I don't know if I speak for everybody, but just personally, I could have chosen to tell you this after class, but I just want to say thank you because as one of the people who were there last night until 2:30 a.m. or even longer, sometimes we feel that faculty does not necessarily support us in all we do. So I just want to say thank you for that, for what you just said. I know that many students might not agree with what you have said, but just the fact that yesterday we were, someone could say brutalized or violence was used against us, and that faculty are caring about this issue, it just speaks a lot.
Good. So since you've raised that, yes, I will add. Okay. Can't do this. I will add that the faculty have decided to call an emergency Senate meeting in which we will be putting forth a resolution in which we will be expressing our lack of confidence in the administration to sustain an atmosphere of free speech, civil rights, and free protest on this campus. And we just decided to do this. So you can take that back to your colleagues. It's important for us in terms of what kind of campus we have. It's important for us in terms of who you are, and it's important for us both ethically and politically. I can't see who that is. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to invite everyone. We're going to have a General Assembly at 6. And I think it's important for you guys to come because we can be, like, today we have 500, but we need more because there's more students at first.
Okay.
We need all you guys. If you guys can come, that would be awesome.
Okay. And I understand. I just want to add that I know what it's, at this point, what it's like for so many of you, working 1 or 2 jobs, trying to graduate within 8 semesters, if that's even still a viable thing, trying to apply for things so you have a future next year, trying to imagine what your future is, trying to manage your debt, trying to pay attention in class, trying to write papers on Nietzsche and Freud, all of those things. I know there's a huge amount to balance, and what I would urge you to do over these, and the reason I'm following directly upon your request, go, support, participate, and do it at the level at which you can do it. Don't let anybody tell you that this is the moment where you have to give it all and give up everything. You do not need to sacrifice yourself. You just, take on what you can take on, do what you can do. And if you object to the whole thing, one of the reasons I'm going to be here on Tuesday is that I absolutely believe that we can have big disagreements about the future of the university and the future of education and who should be paying for it, and quite reasonable disagreements, and that every one of you deserves to be in a classroom and taught and respected by your faculty. That is my strong and deep commitment. Okay, other comments? Way in the back. I should put my glasses on so I can see who's talking. Hi.
I was just curious about this protest again. Now that it has gone worldwide almost, it's like a huge movement and fighting against privatization 100%. Like, what do you, as a faculty and as someone who has gotten involved with this protest so intensely, what would you advise, what would you think would be the best way to move to the next step?
Okay, so I have to tell you that you're putting me in a bit of a bind because now you're asking me to have a movement meeting, and I'm trying to have a classroom. And so let me say that I completely honor your question, And what I would like to be able to do, if you all are willing, those of you who are interested in that question and would like to get together, let's do it outside of class. Okay? I have to preserve this as a place where we can have arguments and discussions, not only about our thinkers, but even about the very premise that you started with, even though I've given you now my view. So I'd be delighted to talk with you. Okay? Anybody else? Yes?
This may fall into the same category, but you talked about the shrinking budget and the challenge of, or the shrinking revenue and the challenge of not defunding education. How do you frame that need or want without it looking? I mean, because right now it's just basically hands out saying we want
Right.
free money. Like, where does it come from?
Right. Okay, good. So I'm going to reframe your question just a touch and just say, look, are there alternatives to making students absorb every dollar that the state withdraws? Is there an alternative to privatizing public universities, to forcing each of you to pay your own way or go into huge debt? So there are a couple of alternatives, and let me just name two. There's more than a couple. There's a number of alternatives. Let me name two. One is going to sound abstract, but if the university leaders, University of California, Office of the President, and regents, had from the moment this crisis began sustained a campaign to keep UC, CSU, and the CCs public, to keep the master plan, to keep the commitment to education, we would have a different state today. If instead of immediately adopting a marketizing model, which is what UDOF and the regents did, they just went into high gear to think about how to marketize the university, to ask every unit, what do you got that we can sell? To ask where the price point would be, where they'd start losing the best students because they priced them out into the privates, where they, I won't go on. If all that energy had gone into a campaign in California that was willing to link the UCs, the CSUs, and the CCs, and K-12 public education, and make the case for sustaining education, we would have a different California today. And I could go on about that, but that's one thing. Okay, so now let me go to a very concrete proposal. Let's say they didn't do that. What's Britain doing? They're radically disinvesting in higher education. Now, the proposal I'm going to offer may not sound appealing to some of you, but it may appeal to others. Education is still, at the higher education level, still basically free in Britain. It's not absolutely free, but it's not preposterous. And instead of loan indebtedness, and instead of high prices at the gate, you pay for your education a percentage of your income after you have graduated. Now, that sounds like loan indebtedness, except the percentage is fairly small. And so what Britain has done in the face of a fiscal crisis is maintain public education, maintain the doors being open to everyone, while essentially putting a progressive tax on graduates so that everybody gets the chance. And then after the fact, if you're a multi-billion-dollar CEO, you might pay a little more for that UC education than if you're a social worker down in East Oakland. I'm giving you the nub of the policy. It's a more complex policy than that. But what it has done, it's not perfect. It's still got a privatizing dimension to it. It's still individuals bearing the cost of what should be sustained publicly as a public for a public. But it's a vast improvement over squeezing out the lower and middle class. You had a follow-up.
Yeah, it just sounds like there could be a collective action problem of people
Fleeing the country or deciding not to work?
or just indulging their personal interests at the expense of being concerned about paying back as much money as they.
It could be that. And if it turns out that all highly educated people would prefer to make no money than to pay a little bit to sustain education, Britain will learn a lesson. But it's not a non-neoliberal scheme. It's still a neoliberal scheme, but at least it keeps access open, and at least it keeps every single family with the possibility of kids being able to go to school. It may turn out to have some of the limitations you suggest. Right now, it's got a big limitation, which is the 20% unemployment level among the 20 to 25-year-old age group. So those education debts, as it were, are not being paid back very rapidly. But presumably, depending on what capitalism rocks and rolls to next, we will get out of this recession at some point, and that will no longer be the case. People have also worried about brain drain. It may turn out that people would rather live in other places than London in order to not pay their education tithing, as it were. It's just basically it's a deferred tax. But it's different than carrying individual loan debt. Others? I want to hear about, yeah.
Just a quick question about British tax. Does it last for the eternal like years?
No. I forget exactly. It's not like you're taxed forever. That would be as bad as dragging that thing around when you're 80. I went to school a long time ago. The school's been demolished. The major no longer exists, but I'm still paying. No, it's a fixed amount, but it has to do. It's connected to income level. So you may know there's a program in California that's a little bit like this. If you work for the state, if you're a state worker, you can get a part of your loan debt forgiven, your educational loan debt forgiven. And so it's a little bit similar to that. And don't get too excited because state jobs are shrinking like crazy, so there aren't any anymore. But it's a percentage of a total, and at a certain point it's gone. But it never seriously punishes. I don't know. Some of you guys have been recently in England lately. I'm looking at you in particular. Do you know anything about it, Sam? He's scratching his head. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Threefold raise in cost. There's actually a 300% increase, but it also means tested, so it's only for those whose parents could potentially pay it. It's extremely complicated.
It's really complicated.
There were protests like this.
Yeah. I'm not saying the Brits are happy with it. They aren't, because you're right. It's also that the actual cost of education has gone up 300%. So what's being? Oh, you have an answer?
Yeah, about 15 years ago, we used to get education for free at home, and now we're paying in excess of £50,000 for an education at a high level. So whether or not that's cheap in comparison to what you're paying over here, I'm not saying it's ideal, but it's a lot of money to the ground.
Of course it is. Yeah, that's why I said it's still a neoliberal scheme, and the difference is the doors stay open. I mean, they don't stay open absolutely, because there's a whole different set of issues about who can and can't get into various kinds of educational institutions in Britain. Yeah. I'm not pushing it as a program. What I'm really pushing for is a massive campaign on the part of the people who steward higher education in this state to keep it funded instead of what they did. So go ahead.
I'm not entirely sure how it works in Britain, but I know it's comparable to the Dutch. I'm Dutch, to the Dutch system of getting student loans, where you, after you finish studying, you pay back your loan, but only if you earn a certain amount of money, and then the rate at which you pay it back is linked to your salary.
Yeah. So again, it's basically a progressive tax as opposed to just one big price of debt for everyone to carry. I'll say one more thing, and then maybe we will turn to Freud, because I want to teach you some stuff about how to fix Freud today. So the one other thing I want to say is that it's really important to keep your eye on places like Chile, where the student protests were against tremendous rises in tuition about 4 months ago, were actually successful. The students ended up sitting down and making a deal with the state to roll them back. So, it was hundreds of thousands of students in the street in that case. But it's important to not just see protests as kind of like, okay, we protest and then they raise our tuition, and then we protest and they raise our tuition. I do think that there's, the Occupy movement has sort of taken everybody by surprise, everybody. And I think that the more general effect of it right now is that it has become possible to talk about inequality and privatization and extremes in wealth and poverty that were not even on the political agenda. We're not even in the political discourse, mainstream political discourse a year ago. So that's something. Okay, anybody else dying to speak? Yes, go ahead.
Well, I'm in general supportive of the protest. The one thing I'm worried about, though, is just the general lack of clear demands. And I mean, we've seen these protests before, but just very often what happens is you have all this noise, but then after a week it dies down. People nod their heads, and suddenly it's quiet. And so, I really think public education will die only if you let it. I mean, I really think we do have the capacity, and I think one key thing we need to do is to move legislators to do this.
Completely
Just
agree.
Because if we have a $650 million shortfall right now, and they just have to make that up somehow. And I just think if we really want to make this money up somehow, we really need to make it clear to legislators that they want to allocate to public education.
I completely agree. And California is such a political mess. The legacy of Prop 13 is so it's impossible to exaggerate how bad it has been for this state. And I don't just mean at the level of funding, I also mean at the level of political gridlock. And so there's a great deal to do at the level of fixing state politics, a great deal to do, and a great deal to do at the level of appealing to legislators, to Jerry Brown, to the regents and so forth. But I think one has to be careful about saying, well, the protests don't do anything because they don't have clear aims. One thing to do is go to those meetings and help them have clear aims. Another thing to do is have many, many different fronts, many, many different places. And I know there are a lot of people involved in the Refund California campaign who are not necessarily involved in sitting in tents. And so I think there's lots of different places to do this work. Okay, shall we talk about Freud a little? Can you make that switch? Why not? Yeah? Nah? Was that a no? You want to go home? Okay, here's what I want to do. What do we got? Yeah, we can do it. Here's what I want to do. By now, what you've come to understand, this is not a lecture that you have to, let me put it this way. I'm mostly going to veer away from Freud. I'm going to tell you about some ways that Freud's been revised and used and made into a critical social theorist. And so, this isn't going to appear on an exam, and it's really for your edification. Okay, you probably noticed that there's a deep conservatism in Freud. However radical the theory of the psyche is radical, wild. Nobody's ever thought these things before. His thinking affirms and entrenches the status quo of his time. That is, he treats the existing order of things as necessary, not natural. It had to be produced culturally, but as necessary, without alternatives. Consider, for example, the primacy of the individual in the group psychology book. He's dealing with groups. He's dealing with group solidarity. He's dealing with group action. But he can't bring himself to treat the group itself as primary or original. We're not, in his view, social animals. We're not meant to live together, govern together, be together, can't hang out in harmony together. We're radical individualists by nature. He always starts with the egoistic individual, who he then says gives up part of her or his individuality in order to be in the group. Now, just to remind you where we were on Tuesday, he says this individuality that you give up to be in the group is given up on the altar of love for a leader or an ideal. Love for a leader or an ideal. That's why, I don't know how many of you got it, but I sent out the other kind of riot that's going on these days in the university, namely at Penn State, because I thought it was just so apropos for thinking through Freud. If you haven't gotten it yet, it's in your email somewhere. Riots that happened last night after Joe Paterno, famous is hardly the word, football coach, was summarily fired along with his assistant. And the riots took place to protest this, and it involved all kinds of things, including tipping over cars and altercations with the police and so forth. So what Freud says is, in a group, the individual will give up part of their individuality out of as a process of being in love with the leader or the ideal. And then the fabric of the group itself, what makes the group bond, is identification with one another in this love. But what does this tell you? The only way that Freud can conceive of fraternity or solidarity or true community is as an effect of subordination or domination by a leader, by an ideal. The solidarity of siblings, he says, is made through the father, or the solidarity of teenage girls who will otherwise be nipping and biting at each other is made through psychic enslavement to a common teen idol. That's where they can all swoon together. So the solidarity of all groups occurs through a patriarch or a leader or a god or an idol or an ideal. Put the other way around, there's no such thing for Freud as a general assembly or a free community. There's only ever subdued, rivalrous, prickly creatures, subdued, bound together in their fear and love for a superior. Put still another way, we have from Freud the psychological underpinnings of what for some of you may resonate, Hobbesian political theory. That is, the idea that the only way we can be bound together is through sovereign authority that's deposited somewhere else. The only way we can be civilized and peaceful is essentially by surrendering our freedom. So what Freud gives us is a psychology of individualism. He presumes atomized, egoistic, and necessarily repressed individuals. He presumes the patriarchal nuclear family. He presumes our deep subjection and misery as a consequence of this primary association. You could even say that though he's deeply appreciative of the fact that we're not naturally heterosexual, we're not naturally monogamous, and we're not naturally racially striated or subordinated, his theory of what we have to have in order to civilize us ends up sanctioning all of these things. That is, he theorizes the necessity of heterosexual normalcy. He says originally, not only were we all bisexual, we're all what he calls polymorphously perverse, meaning, remember that story I told you at the very beginning? We just kind of have a sensuous relationship with everything when we're infants. Everything goes into the mouth. Everything gets kissed. Everything gets equally mauled and attached to. But what has to happen, he says, for us to adjust, to become normal, civilized individuals, is that original polymorphous perversity, that original bisexuality, has to find a limited resting place in opposite sex desire confined to marriage. So here's this kind of radical theorist of our original everywhereness, sensually, sexually, who then explains why it is essential that it get tied down into this one particular way and place and form. Does the same thing with male domination. Originally for him, the psyche is not gendered. We're not born with gendered psyches. We're not wired as a gender. But in the process of coming to acquire our gender, come to terms with what our bodies mean through a set of identifications with fathers and mothers and so forth, it will turn out there has to be a resolution of this original ungendered psyche in male supremacy and female reconciliation to a submissive inferior status. Same with the inferiority of non-European peoples. Whatever they are originally, they come to represent a more primitive, uncivilized phase of human development than Europe. They're the children of Europe's adulthood. And because Freud doesn't just operate lightly with these assumptions, any of them, the ones I've mentioned about heterosexuality or male supremacy or European supremacy, he doesn't just absorb them unwittingly, he really shows us why and how they have to become our order, our norms. This is a world for him that admits of no alternatives without blowing up. So what he's offering is not just a kind of accidental invocation of these things. It's an analytic codification of the inevitability of what we could call male supremacy and heteronormativity and a certain kind of colonial understanding of civilizational supremacy. These become all dressed in the clothes of science or truth. Civilization requires these things. So what I'm suggesting is that his conservatism lies not just in what he assumes, but what he codifies as necessary, as the way things must be. You can see this in the differentiation he articulates between neurosis and pathology. Neurosis and pathology. So what's neurosis? Neurosis for him is some compulsive or repetitive behavior. It's often self-destructive, but it's not always self-destructive. What's the cause of neurosis? The cause, he says, is a libidinal drive, especially likely to be an erotic drive, that gets repressed into the unconscious, but is so powerful that the unconscious has to spend a lot of energy to keep those drives from coming back into consciousness. And the energy that it spends on that will lead to things like hysteria, paranoia, obsessive-compulsive disorder, variety of compulsions. It can also lead to depression or anxiety and nervousness. So that's neurosis. Neurosis is some behavior, often making us very miserable or being self-destructive, not always, but often, that is necessary in his view and is the result of a libidinal drive that has to get repressed, but that the unconscious has to do some kind of extra work to keep down there. Okay, so what's pathology? Pathology is simply a deviation, any deviation, from what is considered healthy or normal. It's not necessarily neurotic. So to pathologize something, as we know today, is to mark it as non-normal, as diseased. So when we speak of pathologizing homosexuality, or pathologizing some other perversion, or pathologizing the single-parent family, we're speaking a Freudian language for a social marking of a particular practice as sick or deviant, not normal, not as good as the normal. Okay, so what does this tell us about, now, just comparing neurosis and pathology? Normalcy is, for Freud, what is socially acceptable and viable. It could be neurotic, but it's not necessarily so. But normalcy could entail a bunch of neurosis. That's what Freud knows. It could make us really miserable. Pathology is whatever isn't socially acceptable, even though correcting it could make us really neurotic. So what's the key here? Freud does not contrast normalcy and neurosis. He contrasts health and neurosis. And health has to do with normalcy, which has to do with what is socially acceptable. So you can have a normal but highly neurotic person. That says normal in all the different ways that Freud will anoint as normal, but very neurotic person, or a normal but highly neurotic age or culture. Just as you can have a pathological practice that is not neurotic. So what's Freud doing here? He's exposing and condoning the social norms and normalization that often makes us very psychologically sick. And he's treating this psychological sickness as just a necessary evil, a necessary consequence of civilization. So that's what I'm calling conservative, that deep entrenchment, codification of the status quo of his time. And there are several things we can do with this conservatism. We can just reject Freud. We can just say, look, he's a Victorian, bourgeois, sexist, racist, heterosexist ideologue, and he takes all existing forms of domination and he rationalizes them and naturalizes them in his theory of the psyche. So throw out his work if you really want to challenge any of these orders of subjection. If you want a theory of the psyche that doesn't do what he does, just get rid of him and start over. So that's one possibility. Second possibility is to read Freud's theory as ideology. That is, read Freud as Marx read Hegel. How did Marx read Hegel? Marx thought Hegel was giving an incredibly good description of the existing state of things, but misunderstanding cause and effect, naturalizing what was actually a historical production, and not really understanding properly where various forces and arrangements came from. So see Freud in this way by understanding Freud as kind of painting the colors of our psychic world quite brilliantly, but instead of understanding that this is a historically specific formulation of who we are, instead of understanding that this is who we are in this particular world, or his particular world, he just naturalizes and universalizes the psyche that he runs into. Now, within this approach, there are several ways to go. One is to just get rid of the scientific status of the theory altogether and treat psychoanalysis as we get it from Freud as a kind of story about us rather than as the truth of us. A second possibility is to take his insights and historicize them, specify them as insights that help us understand what a particular set of forces and powers have done in producing human beings. Let me put that a little differently. Treat Freud's insights as insights into what people are living with and suffering in a particular context, in a particular historical time. And treat him as telling the story, in a sense, from the point of view of domination, rationalizing the condition that we're in. So you could throw out the science, treat him as just telling a story. You could insist on historicizing and contextualizing his insights, and or you could radically rework some of his categories, challenge some of his basic assumptions, revise the theory to loosen it from its conservative impulses while still keeping the basic framework. And that's what I'm going to do in the remaining few minutes, is give you an idea of this from one particular thinker, namely Herbert Marcuse, who was a member of what is called the Frankfurt School, a group of theorists who emerge in the first part of the 20th century. Most of them ended up being emigres to the U.S. from Europe because most of them fled Nazism in Germany and or other parts of Europe. So let me just give you a little sense of what Marcuse offers us. He will historicize and contextualize what Freud treats as transhistorical and universal. He's going to bring the social into the picture. That is, he's going to try to understand not just how the psyche forms through the family, but how the psyche forms through the political economy, through the social world that we're born into. And then he's going to rethink the psychology and sociology and politics that Freud gives us as very specific to a particular history, a particular order of domination. So in a sense, he's going to combine Marx and Freud to give us an emancipatory theory of the psyche rather than a deeply conservative one. Now, I should add one more thing. Most Frankfurt School theorists, and they include Marcuse and Horkheimer and Adorno and Bloch and some others, most of them were interested in both the question of where fascism came from and the question of where real freedom would come from. We're back to the political versus true human emancipation question, but we're also back to the question of the 20th century, which is how come out of Weimar, how come out of German democracy comes fascism? Why do you get fascism when and where you do? And this is a question that preoccupies the Frankfurt School, and particularly the question that preoccupies Marcuse. Okay, so the text that I'm going to give you a little summary of is called Eros and Civilization, and I'm just going to give you a little brief account of what he does theoretically so you can get a sense of what you can do with Freud. He doesn't radically alter Freud's theory. He reads it for the account it offers of what he says are the repressions required and neuroses produced by civilization, which Marcuse, with Marx, will see as a history of unfreedom up to this moment. So he's going to see Freud as giving us an account of the psyche in this history of unfreedom without understanding that this psyche has, and this history has, another alternative before it now. So he's going to read Freud as a kind of nascent social critical theory that just barely misses the mark in bringing itself to an obvious conclusion. And the obvious conclusion for Marcuse that he gets from Freud is this civilization is making us sick. This civilization is also making itself sick. The society is full of aggression, full of terrible values, full of a lot of repression, full of anxiety, full of wars. Individuals suffer from misery, bad conscience, frustrating lives. So Marcuse asks, what's the possibility for a healthier social order, healthier in a psychic sense, and a happier human? And Marcuse begins with Freud's instinct theory. If repression means that everything's kept around, remember that basic theory we ran into with the theory of repression in Freud? You never forget, you never lose anything. It's just pushed into various places and channeled in other places. If everything's kept around, for Marcuse, that's actually very promising. It's not just horrifying, because it means we can count on what's been repressed to rise up and claim its place. Now, you should already hear the little undercurrents of Marx here. The return of the repressed is going to signify the revolutionary possibility. The revolution from below, from the underworld, this time from the unconscious, is exactly what Marx heralded as the promise of the age, except the repressed were the proletariat. Marcuse is going to cultivate this promise through carefully refiguring Freud's own theoretical apparatus. He accepts the life and death instincts, but he seizes on Freud's own hesitation about positing an independent death instinct and suggests instead that the death instinct, what we've been calling thanatos, represents a split in the primordial life instinct. And the split is this. It's not fundamental. Aggression isn't fundamental. It's an expression of the life instinct in the form of conquering necessity. It's how we extend our domination over the world. It's how we conquer and master the world we need to control. So the death instinct isn't necessarily a death instinct. It's an expression of the life instinct that is in particular addressed to the question of necessity. Now, the other little revision that he makes that's really important is that he takes the idea of repression, the need to repress the instincts, as a given, but he distinguishes between two kinds of repression. Basic repression, the constraint on instinct that's enforced by scarcity and necessity, and then what he calls surplus repression, which is an intensification of the constraint on instinct that's imposed by a hierarchical distribution of scarcity and labor, by class stratification. So Marcuse endorses basic repression. It's what tames and trains Eros to get us real happiness. It's what lets us have objects of enduring happiness rather than just fleeting and paradoxical ones. Well, basic repression is okay. But surplus repression is utterly opposed to Eros, because this is where civilization really turns against love, desire, and so forth, and turns us against ourselves for the sole purpose of building civilization in a class stratified fashion. Okay, so by now you should be seeing Marx here. For Marx, there's no doubt that human beings have to produce a world to provide for themselves. That's what we are by nature, according to Marx and the German ideology. Who we are by nature is creatures who produce for our subsistence. And producing for our subsistence begins to lay the foundations for our freedom. We are creatures who make a world, produce a world, make an order for ourselves. But all human history up to this point, for Marx, has enslaved human beings to this project. The problem with human history up to this point, though it had to be that way in Marx's view to get productivity to the point that it is, the problem with history up to this point is that there's been no freedom in producing our world. We have been essentially enslaved to the modes of production that we've been caught up in. So we need to produce for our needs. And remember, for Freud, that means you have to sublimate some eros. You have to, some of that erotic energy has to go into work. But what Marcuse is going to argue is, with Marx, is that we don't have to produce for our needs anymore under exploitative conditions. We've reached the point where that is no longer necessary. We don't need capitalism anymore. We don't need its particular form of generativity and productivity. We can take all that it has generated and the capacities for production and now make a new set of arrangements. Well, Marcuse is going to make a similar argument, only he's going to say, just as Marx argues, well, we need to produce for our needs to sublimate eros. It's surplus value that constitutes the basis of domination and exploitation. Surplus value is that extra production and repression that produces profit and riches for the few and misery for the many. And Marcuse is going to make a similar argument about repression. We don't need surplus repression. We don't need to be as repressed as we are anymore. Repression now of instinctual needs is mostly in the service of class domination and the needs of capital. It's mostly to get us to work. It's not repression in the needs of society as a whole. It's devoted to producing for profit's sake, for scandalously high executive salaries. It's not devoted to putting food in people's mouths. So as Marx said of the level of productivity and wealth, we don't need to be laboring this much anymore. Marcuse is saying of the level of repression, we don't need to be this repressed anymore. There's two more steps in the theory. We need to turn to what Marcuse adds to Freud's basic distinction between the pleasure principle and the reality principle. Remember in Freud, the pleasure principle emerges from the instincts. They just want pleasure. They just want to be gratified. The reality principle is what characterizes the development of the ego. It bumps up against reality. It's dealing with reality all the time. It's helping the being survive and thrive, which the instincts are not really so good at. Marcuse accepts this notion, but he questions the content that Freud gives to the reality principle. He doesn't believe that the reality principle is fixed by the facts of scarcity and the necessity of collective self-preservation. Rather, what Marcuse argues is that there are lots of different possible reality principles. And he's not just saying, your reality is your reality, mine's mine. He's saying that each reality principle is specific to a particular formation, a particular historical formation of society. In contemporary capitalist society, Marcuse argues, the prevailing form of the reality principle he calls the performance principle. What does he mean by the performance principle? Society is organized and stratified according to the competitive economic performance of its members. The performance principle is the principle that says, repress those instincts, get to work, take those tests, do the stuff that you need to do in order to climb, or simply survive in a job. So what Marcuse is suggesting is that the performance principle is a very specific reality principle, a reality principle specific to capitalism, is an instrument of domination. It's not a natural entity, and it's not even a cultural given. It is the principle that requires surplus repression and generates surplus repression. It reproduces certain forms of power. It does not create pleasure for us. So now we get to the heart of the liberatory message. Under the performance principle, instead of expressing ourselves, expressing who we are, including our eros, in what Marcuse is aspiring to, which is libidinally charged work or creativity or activity. Remember, I said he's not against all repression. He believes in some sublimation. But he wants you to have that direct hit of pleasure in the work that you do. He wants things to be, he thinks at this point in civilization, and I'll explain it in a second, at this point in civilization, we ought to be able to sublimate in a way that is immediately gratifying to us, in which we experience our sublimated erotic energy as creative expressions of ourselves. Under the performance principle, instead of that, libido or eros is diverted for socially useful and economically profitable performances. It's converted into an instrument of production. And Marcuse adds, sexuality itself is sanctioned, he's writing in the 40s and 50s, and we'll get to that in a second, not for pleasure, but mainly for reproductive purposes. It's limited to the family structure, which itself serves the order as a whole. So through a psychoanalytic route, Marcuse comes to the same conclusion that Marx did. So technologically, Marx argued, and in terms of the development of the mode of production, we've arrived at a historical moment where we no longer need the level of class stratification and domination that has generated these productive forces. We could have a revolution from below, share ownership and control of production, and have an emancipated order. And Marcuse is making the same argument, only at a psychic level. He's saying technologically we've arrived at a historical moment where repression of the instincts could be radically reduced, where scarcity has been largely conquered, and hence class domination and alienation are unnecessary. But precisely because we've reached this point, without emancipating ourselves, the level of repression gets higher and higher. In other words, as technology advances and the mode of production keeps developing and the potential for pleasure keeps increasing and more repression becomes surplus repression, repression is now almost entirely in the interest of domination, not survival and not advancement. More and more energy, Marcuse argues, is devoted to warding off the possibilities for rebellion by increasing the extent to which the productive capacities of society are turned against the individuals who might otherwise be liberated by contemporary potentials. So that's how Marcuse understands state repression, police violence, capitalist domination, unparalleled levels of alienation in work, and so forth. One last turn, and then I'll take your questions. We need to talk about this very weird word or term here, repressive desublimation, which, believe it or not, was quite common in the political vocabulary of some activists in the 60s and 70s. It's quite a term to have be common. So, what is it? Well, the first question to ask is, as you listen to this brief account of Marcuse's theory, you have to ask, wait, are we really as repressed as he said? I mean, after all, haven't the last several decades basically been one of loosening the order such that sexuality is more and more broken off from the family, more and more ubiquitous everywhere, more and more anything goes. You open up the Daily Cal and there's always some columnist carrying on about what she did last night, and I don't know how she gets to write those things, but anyway, all this stuff is everywhere, even in the Daily Cal, let alone all over the internet. So is it really accurate to say that sex is limited to a repressive or reproductive function in the monogamous family, and that the instincts are repressed the way that they are, and that there isn't some creative, erotic excitement in working for Apple or Google or Pixar or these other things where you do kind of get to feel all your creativity and so forth? Okay, Marcuse is on to this. He appreciates that compared to Freud's time, in the 20th century, not only has sex been partially liberated from the family and sexual repression more generally lightened, but in addition, that pleasure has been fused more and more with work and commercial culture. But he does not take that as a sign of the advance of the instincts over repression. Rather, what he sees is how sexuality and pleasure can reemerge, yet be taken up by commodity culture and used to sustain our domination. How does this work? The term repressive desublimation, let's break it apart. Sublimation is that funneling off of libidinal or sensual or erotic energy into work. Desublimation would be the reversal of that, making a society that required less of that. And repressive desublimation would be a society in which there's less and less of a repression, less and less of a sublimated erotic instinct, but its reversal is not emancipatory, it's repressive. How does this go? He's referring to the ways in which the actual repression of libido in the 20th century lessened. No doubt about it. Sexuality's out and about in society much more than it was in the 19th century. We've become less hostile to it, less prudish toward it than Freud's account suggested in Civilization and Its Discontents. But for Marcuse, this return of sexuality, this desublimation, does not actually add up to emancipation because it's been incorporated into the order that dominates us. It's used to sell the commodities we don't need. Sexuality is integrated into work, into public relations, into advertising, into everything. More generally, what Marcuse is suggesting is that all the pleasures we are offered today in a highly pleasure-oriented society, all the pleasures we are offered today on the market lure us into satisfactions that don't actually address our fundamental domination or alienation. In other words, Marcuse's argument is that a contemporary society, his own, 50 years ago, and more ours than ever, The 20th century moved toward a society of pleasure-seeking and gratification through the purchase of goods and of experiences and of entertainment, and through an organization of work, at least at the middle class level, that has more affirmation and integration of the being. It's still a society that is dominating us, and in fact, Marcuse argues, it's dominating us precisely through these modes of pleasure. We're not free, in Marcuse's view. We're not unalienated. We may be less pushed to sublimate than we were in Freud's time, but precisely because this desublimation is controlled and diverting, precisely because it incorporates us and integrates us ever more deeply into the existing order, precisely because Apple has made everything sexy, Marcuse considers this a very troubling rather than promising development. It's, as it were, a counter-revolutionary development. Why? Because our instincts, which is what he counts on for revolutionary rebellion against surplus repression. Remember, the instincts are going to rebel when there is cognition, recognition that they don't have to be repressed some more, but they're being bought off at every turn. It's equivalent to, for an old Marxist, the watering down of class struggle and class opposition by a vast middle class that is neither simply exploited nor is it an owning class, a class that appears to have a little more to lose than its chains. So Marcuse ends up with a revolutionary theory that also has a somewhat pessimistic side. He thinks that the only movements and practices that really are forces for change in our time are those that are outside of this incorporation, this integration into an order of sensuous commodity production and commodity consumption. The only movements that are outside of it are those that can really refuse the performance principle. They're the only revolutionary possibilities. Okay, so that's as much as I want to say about Marcuse. I'll take your questions now because I really just wanted to give you a little sample of, there are many, many other ways that Freud has been taken up and developed and transformed by other theorists, by feminist theorists, post-colonial theorists, and a variety of others. But let me just see if you have questions about the Marcuse thinking. Is that a question? Yeah.
I had two questions that you answered. So I guess one of my questions is someone like Marcuse or any other theorist you might know of, did they ever formulate or theorize the role of language?
Yes.
Something like an anthropological practice? Or is, I guess, as
Okay. So the big theorist who, you'll go, oh, as soon as I say this, the big theorist who gives us the relationship between psychoanalysis and language is a theorist named Jacques Lacan. And he basically argues that language itself is organized like the unconscious and gives us not an emancipatory theory, but a theory of language that then radical Lacanians take up and turn into an emancipatory theory through language. That's the short answer to your question. Yeah? Yeah, that's fine. Yes. Yes. Okay. So that's why I was saying there's a bunch of post-colonial theorists who are very interested in the problem of psychoanalysis, race, and colonialism, starting with Frantz Fanon and coming to the present with somebody like Achille Mbembe, who's a North African theorist who just does wonderful stuff with psychoanalysis, language, and emancipation and colonialism. I don't know if you were just asking for lists. It would take too long to actually wrap out their theories, but it's a huge tradition. I mean, the people who have been trying to put together Marx and Freud and colonialism and imperialism, and what all of them have done is said, look, there's a brilliant foundation here, but it is, as I began my lecture by saying, just locked down into a set of conservative assumptions about things are the way they must be. There's no alternative. And they're wanting to loosen the deep insight that Freud has into the psyche and its relationship to political and cultural formations, loosen that from that givenness and instead, first of all, give it different historical and geographic location. Understand that he was theorizing mostly the Victorian bourgeoisie, more in particular, obviously, in Vienna and London, but also give it some other ways of, how should I put this? Think about the psyche in ways that don't simply assume that it always is going to have one family form, one national form, one racial form, and so forth. Anybody else? Okay, let me just say this last thing. If things really change on this campus over the next few days, it's very hard to predict what's going to happen. And for some reason, I'm not going to lecture in this room on Tuesday. I'm planning to at the moment. And again, it's completely optional. You'll be here or not. What I will do for sure, if I'm not in this room lecturing, on Weber, who's important to us, and if I'm not going to do that, I will still record the lecture and put it up on iTunes, and I will tell you all of that by email or BSpace or however we function these days. But for now, my plan is to be here on Tuesday and support the strike. Okay, see you on Tuesday or not.